guys hear me okay? I've had some issues with the microphone.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-clips extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. So what we have with the Dynamics 365 Operations app is an application, a SaaS-based ERP application that really, from a base perspective,
whatever. But I get my kicks out of chatbots. I've been talking about chatbots since 2018. I've been using a variety of different technologies, and what I'm basically doing in this sort of community role is going around Europe now virtually, which is really great. Saves me on traveling and talking about chatbots. So if you're interested about chatbots implementation, if you have a client asking about a chatbot, or if you're yourself contemplating implementation of a chatbot, and you would like to get some free and impartial advice on what to do, what not to do, what pitfalls to avoid, what stack to invest in, what to look into, just get in touch. And I've helped some people over the past year or so, and I'm really looking forward to help more people. And yeah, as I say, it's totally free and impartial. So if you're interested in anything you see today, just get in touch. Okay. Without further ado, I don't have any, a lot of slides here. It's only 4 or 5 slides. The reason I want to start with this slide is because a lot of people, when I talk about chatbots, are still not convinced. And I totally understand that, because, you should always approach any sort of new technology with a sense of restraint and not get hyped up. So why chatbots are different than some of the other technical or technological breakthroughs from a business perspective? No. So I want to just stay with me here. I hope you will agree by the end of it. So basically, what I'm trying to portray here is that on the left-hand side, we've got customers or audience or public. On the right-hand side, we've got an organization or a business. It can be, a commercial business, or it could be a government, a hospital, a community, a local village, a tribe. It doesn't really matter, as long as it's a place that basically brings people together. And how do companies or organizations can interact with people? And I'm basically breaking down the various methods of communication. So first of all, the most traditional one is just one-to-one conversation. And this is, back in the day, in, I don't know, 10th century, a merchant on a street could only talk to his customers when they were passing by. And it's this, to this date, the best method of communication. I'm sure every company would agree, if they could get a salesperson or a business representative in front of every single customer to talk to them one-to-one, eye-to-eye, that is the best way for customers. And I mean, it's not controversial, but it's obviously extremely expensive and virtually impossible, especially when we're talking about customer bases that, are worldwide and are huge customer bases. So this, what we then sort of invented is telephone calls or cold calling or call centers. And, it's a moderately good experience. If you're trying to get a help, or if you're trying to interact with the company, calling and speaking to somebody is not a bad idea. The problem is that obviously if you're waiting for 15 minutes to speak to somebody, or if they cannot help you straight away, you will get frustrated. But it's certainly better than some of the other methods, but it's still quite expensive. We then get email, and email or mail or letters. They have been great for businesses because they're extremely cheap. But, I think we all agree that sending and receiving emails from a business to a customer is really not great engagement experience from a customer perspective. And we all know it because we all receive thousands of emails a day from companies that are desperate to talk to us. And all we really do is click of a mouse, delete junk, and that's it. And we just forget they ever existed. We then get to web sites and portals and web pages and mobile applications. So these are all sorts of applications, whether they're website or a mobile. And they have great advantages over email in terms of experience, and they're still relatively cheap. I mean, we all work in a sort of software industry, so we know they can be quite expensive. Some of those projects can be quite painful to pay for, but still, in a large scheme of things, they're still cheaper than sending 10,000 salespeople around the world to talk to people one-to-one. So it's still not a bad investment. And finally, we reach chatbots. And the reason chatbots are really placed as the last here, because they're the latest sort of invention. And again, my assertion here is that even though the customer engagement level may not be as good as a one-to-one conversation with a human being, it still will be as good, if not better, than a phone call, and certainly better than an email or a portal, if designed right. So from a business perspective, they not only relatively cheap implementations, but they also offer a quite good customer experience. And really, this is the point I'm trying to make here. I hope that's all clear. I'm just going to actually open this in terms if there are any questions, so I can actually see what's going on. Okay, cool. So so that's about chatbots. And now what about D365, and why is D365 important? So for me, really, any conversation about chatbots has to start with the base. And the base is, where is your data and what do you know about your customers? And where is the data that actually holds all of this together? And for me, whether it's Common Data Service or whether it's D365, because really the terms are, you know, from a database perspective, they're pretty much the same thing these days. So you can substitute D365 if you're a Power App, CDS kind of guy, you can substitute D365 for CDS really here. But regardless of whether you're using D365 or CDS, you're increasingly global, independent, and self-sufficient. And what I mean by that is that the D365 is hungrier for more data. You know, back in the day, 10 years ago, you were only storing maybe activity information. Now you're storing pricing, you're storing product data, you're enabling very complex operations. You know, people can, you know, I've seen CRM systems that allow people to pay for stuff, that allow check of licenses, that allow registration on the portals. You know, all sorts of weird and wonderful capabilities are available to you. And obviously Microsoft and is pumping more and more money into this suite, and we're all coming up with great ISVs and IPs to make the systems even better. So really, D365 is where you start thinking about what can you do for your customers and how can they actually self-serve themselves through your chatbot with it. Because if you're not offering anything to your customers, stop thinking about chatbots. You first of all have to have something to say to your customers. They have to have a reason to talk to you. And I'll go about that a little bit later. And my last point here, which is something that I repeat every session I run, and I think it's a point worth making, is that, in my personal opinion, I think there is just too much custom stuff going on. What I mean by that is every company these days seems to want to have a portal or an app. And it's great for a company to think about it, but if you think about it from a customer perspective, you know, do we really care about all those portals and applications? Do I really want to occupy my smartphone with an app for every car park company that I end up parking my car at? I'm sorry, I'm going to deny a control, if you don't mind. So you see my point. Even though it may be great for your company to think about, oh, customers can go to my portal and request assistance, reality is, are you that important to your customers? Do they really care about you that much to remember your password, your user interface, your authentication? And, you know, if I look at my identity management, I've got basically a bit of software that holds all my passwords together. I have over 300 passwords. And that's just not right. I shouldn't need to. 300 companies ask me to actually sign up for something, and I was stupid enough to do it. And I probably only care about 10 of them out of those 300. So this is just something to think about. Chatbots are a great way to provide this customer service without actually asking your customer for a lot of the effort on their side. Okay, cool. So, okay, so these was 8 minutes we spent about talking why chatbots make sense. I hope you agree with me that they now do. So now I'm going to explain to those of you who are not that familiar with chatbots, how do they actually work. So chatbots are very, very straightforward. So this is the diagram that really explains how every chatbot you see works. This is platform independent. So basically, chatbot is a conversational agent. It allows your users to say something, and they can type, say, send you an image, draw. It doesn't really matter. It's some sort of input. It then goes through something called NLU, which stands for Natural Language Understanding, and that's an application that's sometimes part of your chatbot, sometimes it's external to your chatbot. And the whole job of this little thing is to understand what is being said and derive some context. That's really all it's trying to do. It's not trying to action anything. All it's trying to do is understand what the heck you're talking about and then pass that context to your fulfillment application. And fulfillment application is really where the magic happens, where you give some answer, where you provide some service, where you wow your customer with some amazing capability. And what happens then, you respond back to NLU with whatever you came up with, and the user gets that response on their channel. So it's always a conversation. It should always start with a user initiating the conversation. Chatbots can sometimes actually send proactive messages depending on the technology, but really it's a different pattern. What you're really doing is building your chatbot around responding to what the user is saying. Even if the conversation started by you sending, hey, here is a great offer, if a customer says, you know what, I'm not interested, that's really where the chatbot starts. The fact that they've responded to your proactive message is sort of outside of a chatbot engine. Okay, so hope that made sense. If there are any comments, guys, just ask them on the chat. I can see the chats. So if there are any questions, please ask. And then on the right-hand side, we've got a little pyramid of various options that you have. And really, they all fall into those three categories. You've got your chatbot platforms, NLUs. You've got bot as a service, so basically companies that will sell end-to-end the whole bot without you even knowing about configuration of it. And virtual agents, and there are some other examples in that sort of sphere. And what I mean by virtual agent is any chatbot that's built on top of existing platform is really, in my eye, something similar to virtual agent. So in terms of examples, what can you use for NLUs? So you've got your IBM Watson, Microsoft Bot Framework, Dialogflow, BotXO. So these are all sort of platforms that provide you an ability to build the bots together with a natural language understanding. Interesting to know that, for example, Bot Framework separates NLU from the fulfillment application. So they use something called LUIS for that. In terms of bot as a service, Chatfuel, probably the most well-known brand. Drift is another hugely popular messenger chatbot. You've got AdBot, which is interesting, another interesting software. And with the virtual agents, you also get applications such as Zendesk and CafeX. They also offer some chatbot capabilities that are built on top of existing platforms. But obviously, virtual agents are the most popular these days in a Microsoft crowd because obviously they're relatively new. And they allow this sort of very easy interface to build a chatbot. But if you essentially, what's most important about this slide is the bit in the middle, is the CDS and Power Automate. And what I mean by that is that doesn't matter which technology you build, because you're sort of interested in Microsoft. I imagine that you're here because you're using Microsoft products. You're going to end up using D365 for CDS and Power Automate for a lot of chatbot functionality. If you think about the effort it takes to build a chatbot, I would say about 30% is thinking about channel. About 20% is thinking about your natural language understanding, but the 50%, the more than half or half of the whole effort is actually thinking, what can I do for my users that actually is going to give them some benefit and it's going to cause them to come back to interact with my application. It's not as easy as it sounds with a chatbot. Okay, so last slide, 5 rules of chatbot design. And again, these are my rules. So, if you don't agree, feel free to don't agree. All of it is just purely subjective. So, yeah, I hope you agree with some of them at least. So starting at the top, authenticate once. The reason it's important for you to think about chatbots from a context of authentication is because this offers you a unique advantage over other applications. Every time you go in and interact with a company through a chatbot or through a portal, if you're doing it through a portal, you sort of asking a user to tell me who you are. With the chatbot, you have the advantage of using the channel that the customer is on and actually authenticating through the use of that channel. So for example, if somebody is talking to you on Teams, the payload you will receive will actually contain not only the user Active Directory ID, but also the tenant ID of the team organization you're talking with. So you already know they are authenticated within their domain, and you can actually use that information, for example, to query the Outlook appointments that they have. I will show you that to you in a bit, where with my live demo of where I'm basically using the client context to actually do some operations on their tenant without me actually knowing anything about the customer. You've got this unique ability to authenticate through the channel of what the customer is using. And before we move on to Teams, I will show you also one example on Messenger when I do that. So basically, from a user point of view, you authenticate once, you that customer, for example, his Messenger ID, you link to your CRM system, and then every time they go and talk to you after that, you don't need to authenticate because you already know who they are. And if you think this is, if you're thinking, maybe that's insecure, how do I know it's really them? Well, ask yourself, if your, wife or daughter or mom is talking to you on Messenger, if you receive a message from somebody on Messenger saying hi, and it says who they are, do you really question it? Nobody does. You assume it's them because they have access to this channel. Of course, for some of the more secure bits, you can introduce a second level of authentication, and I frequently recommend you to use something like a text code to a mobile device or send an email with a code. You certainly should consider using it, but you don't have to for the basic stuff. So that's really point number one. And it's the most important because it changes your whole perspective of thinking about it. Now, I reiterate, chatbots that do not authenticate, that do not actually offer me something that's unique to me, why am I calling you, are pointless. And this is very controversial. I appreciate a lot of people will disagree. But for me, building a chatbot that answers questions about COVID is a waste of time. It's much quicker for users to actually go through an FAQ. And I struggle to see a huge engagement of people talking to a chatbot, asking questions without having actually anything that's personal to them. If I cannot order anything, if I cannot book anything, if I cannot request anything that's to do with me or see information that relates to me, I'm not going to interact with your application. I'm just going to go onto your website because I'd much prefer to read it in my own time rather than wonder what sort of question I should ask for you to actually provide me with an answer. And again, this is just my opinion. Keeping it simple, next point, and this is really important. So NLUs are great and they offer tremendous capability, but it's very easy to sort of go and think, I'm going to build a chatbot that understands everything and anything, and that's not going to work. So you have to keep your scope controlled and you have to really think first about what your organization can actually do for a customer. It links with the next point, predicting the flow. If you've actually thought about what can you do and what sort of things your customers may want from you, you should be able to predict how the conversation might go. And at all points, you should actually steer the customer towards the next obvious choice. You should not leave them hanging. The worst customer experience you can give to somebody with a chatbot is actually give them a blank screen and ask them to figure out what the hell they want to say to you because they don't know their chat. 90% of people interacting with chatbots do not know chatbots inside out, so they will not know to use help, or they will start talking to it like it's a human being, and you're just going to lose them, and it's very difficult to recover from that. So predict the flow and offer options, and always start with some sort of easy to follow options rather than ask them to figure it out on their own. And UX is king. And the example I use here all the time is AutoTrader. For those of you who are in UK, which I presume most of us, but not necessarily for those of you who are in UK, you know AutoTrader. If you're not, you probably not heard of it. It's a very popular website that allows people to buy and sell used cars and new cars and motorbikes and whatever. And they have a really good website. They have a really great mobile application, and they don't have a chatbot. And I bet they never will, because if you think about trying to buy a car through a chatbot, it's a nightmare. You know, to be able to actually specify one of the 100 parameters conversationally and actually see results and change your mind all the time whilst talking to an application that is on your mobile on a small screen, it's just not going to be a good user experience. I don't care how great chatbot technology is, it will never be good enough for me to actually choose using this over going onto the application that allows me to change my dates, change the fuel type, select the right year, select all of these different parameters in one go, and then actually, you know, search for the results. So don't think chatbots are going to help you with the complex search queries, with, you know, people searching for holidays. You know, I see chatbots examples all the time about holidays, and I just think, like, seriously, nobody's going to use a chatbot to go through a holiday booking unless they know specifically what they want, you know. But this first step of, I don't know where I'm going, I just want to see how expensive is going on holidays in August. You're never going to use a chatbot for that, because it's just not great fit. You have to think about what it fits. And my last rule is pass it early. And that ties in very well with what Neil said, is that chatbots are really they can be useful and they can help speed up a lot of the self-service, but they're not going to help with everything. And you have to think about the pattern of how are you going to recognize customers who are getting increasingly annoyed, and how do you pass them to a human being so they can hopefully try to rescue the situation. Because last thing you want to do is leave them hanging. You know, having, sorry, I did not understand, try again, is not good enough. You have to actually appreciate the fact that there is a human being on the other side who is trying to do something with your application, and you represent your company in a chatbot context. So you have to allow human agents to actually intercept the conversation and rescue it, especially when we're talking from a customer service perspective. So that's really something that you cannot really go live without thinking about how you're going to achieve that. And Omni-Channel or USD or you know, any other customer service platform is a great choice for that. And all of them really should support you being able to pass the conversation from let's say a chatbot on Messenger into a real life agent. Okay, so it's been 20 minutes, and this is the end of my slide deck. So what I'm going to do now is pause for a bit. Thanks, Neil. I appreciate your agreement. I think it's a common sense, but a lot of people don't think about it straight away and think that, oh, chatbots should be able to deal with it themselves. And I'm really glad virtual agents actually offer that as a built-in option, because it's really, really very, very important point. So, okay, so I'm going to now I've got basically 3 videos that I would like to show you. I hope well, there is no audio, but I will pause them and go through them. And the reason I have videos is because all of those prototypes I've built over the past 2 years, I cannot afford to keep them on. Essentially, you know, I'm building on top of Azure, and I've got, for example, Cosmos DB using all the time. And if you look at Cosmos DB in terms of the uptake costs, it's just too expensive to keep something spun up 24/7 in case I need to do a demo. So what I do, I build a prototype, I demonstrate it, I record a video of it, and then I decommission it. So I've got 3 videos that I want to show you, and then we'll move into a live demo, which I still got on. But hopefully the videos will give you a good understanding of the breadth of capabilities I'm talking about. And I'm going to just pause on some bits and explain what exactly is happening here and why. Okay? So let me know if you can see a YouTube video, because I don't see my screen. Is this? Hello?
Yes, we see.
Okay, brilliant. So the first video was done, I think, yeah, it was November 2019 for UG event. And this is essentially a dental surgery. And I'm showing you on the right-hand side a mobile Facebook chatbot. On the left-hand side, you've got your CDS, or in this case, it's D365. And really what I'm demonstrating here is capability for authentication. So I'll shut up for a bit and I'll let you watch it, and maybe I'll pause at a crucial point, but I'll try to keep it as smooth as possible. And hopefully you will appreciate how quick it is, really. Okay, so let's go. So I'll just pause here for a bit. So this is the Messenger ID I'm showing I was talking about. This is a unique ID that Messenger gives you every time you start a conversation with the chatbot. And this will remain the same. If that customer doesn't actually change a Facebook profile, this will be the same. So next time they talk to you, you can just use that Messenger ID to look them up against the CDS contact without asking who are they again. So that's what I was talking about in terms of authentication. Okay, and you see here we've got essentially, if I just rewind that a little bit, you have basically what would you like to do next, and then I'm offering you options. And this is really important. Don't ask them what would you like to do next and that's it, because they'll never know what you mean. What can you actually do? And here it shows, you know, I can book a visit, I can cancel a visit, or I can update my details, and that's good enough. So this guy wants to book a visit. So what I'm showing you here is literally a list of appointments in CE, and I've got some open slots. So I want to book an emergency. So this guy is now going to see essentially slots, and these are directly taken from CDS. So yeah, so they can actually book it. So let's book a visit. You will see that the slot on the left-hand side will update here. So this is essentially now a taken appointment in CRM. And he can conversely say, you know, I want to cancel my visit. We will show him what visits he's got that he can cancel. He wants to cancel that visit. Yep, that's okay. It's all canceled. You see the slot comes back to be open. And that's pretty much it. So that's the first video that shows you how authentication works and uses Messenger capabilities for, sorry, just cancel this. I've got, so this was, you know, hopefully quite useful for some of you, where you see the authentication. This one is quite similar, so I'm actually, you know what, I'm gonna skip this one because it's very similar. Let me just show you this video. So this is something that I've recorded actually, I think in Florida, and this one is much shorter. It's only 34 seconds. Sorry, I'm just closed that. Yeah, 34 seconds long. And in my opinion, is the fastest way you can actually ask somebody to to submit a case on CRM. And I was talking about this from a housing association perspective. You know, you're walking around the street in your housing estate and you're noticing there is some graffiti or some problem. How can I actually ask you to submit that information to a company so they can go and deal with it without making it onerous for you? So compare this to your experience dealing with your local council about submitting a case like this. I just want you to think about whether you would enjoy it as a citizen. Right, let's go. And that's it. So to recap, all I really ask you to do, you're already authenticated, so I know who you are. All I'm asking you to do is send me a picture. I'm passing it through a custom vision to actually recognize what is it we're talking about here. Is it a graffiti? Is it bins? Is it, I don't know, rats? I don't know. You can train your model to understand pretty much anything. You're then asking them to share the location that they are, and you're reverse geocoding that using Flow to actually, find from a longitude to latitude where is the case, and that's it. That's all we need from them. Now, I've actually written a blog about this on LinkedIn. If you go through pretty much every council or every portal and talk about reporting cases like this, you will, the experience will be totally different. And I was, arguing with quite a few councils about this, that you should not make it difficult for your customers. It should be so straightforward, and you're making it difficult for the sake of for the sake of satisfying your existing processes, rather than thinking about processes that can help your customers do it quicker. Oh yeah, cool. So that was 35 seconds. I've got some more videos on my LinkedIn and Twitter if you're interested seeing those. But without further ado, I just want to spend the last 10 minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes talking about a live demonstration. So this is, I've been doing Messenger for quite some time, so I thought I'm gonna switch it around a little bit and start looking at Teams. And the bot that I've built for Teams to demonstrate today is essentially a sales assistant or support assistant. Essentially, it's something that's meant to help users who are already on a CRM as users. So this is not B2C, this is not even B2B, this is essentially internal use case. And the inspiration, I was inspired by Dynamics 365 chatbot, which I'm not sure if you've used, but I would be surprised if you've used it, because I don't think anybody can use it, because it doesn't do anything. So it allows you to search records, but not in that great way. So it doesn't actually, it helps, okay, I want to say look up something, and that's fine. But even if I search something and I find a record, this is the user experience you get. So you get this sort of John Wayne contact, and you can open it in Dynamics, but you cannot actually interact with that data in any meaningful way. So I thought, you know what, why don't we just try to make it a little bit better? So I've built this thing here. You start by saying hi. Because I'm already authenticated through my tenant, I know who you are, so I'm sort of proving it to you here. I have the show records functionality, but I'm actually saying, show records, what type of records. So let's say I want to show you my contacts. And I've spent some time building some adaptive cards here. So you can see that I've got essentially an adaptive card that says, here is my contact name, here is the owner, here is when it was modified, here is the picture of the owner. I've got a telephone number that I can click, and I can actually call somebody directly from Teams. On my second email, I've got an email address for this guy, and I've got some basically additional functionalities that I've built in here. I also done a connection to your diary, and this is really what I was talking about earlier when I was saying that you can actually, I don't know who you are, but I know you know who you are. So if you click on my diary, I am able in Flow to actually connect to Outlook using not your credentials, but using your tenant, and actually, because we're within the same tenant, I can basically show you your stuff without even asking you for specific permission in that regard. And again, we're building an adaptive card that shows you your appointments, and we can even build stuff like taking you to a local, taking you to a map to show you the location so you can drive there. Again, you can click into here to go into this specific record, but I can actually, okay, let's say that I've got this account that I'm meeting for a demo. I can actually say, this guy won't be buying anything. And I've got a note added, and I basically come back, but I can actually also make him inactive. This is, by the way, fully customizable. So these can be different options. You can have different statuses. You could use it from an example of a casework. But if I actually now go into this link, which will take me directly into Dynamics to that record, I just want to demonstrate that these changes are taking effect in real time, or as real time as possible. I mean, this is using flow, so there may be a few seconds delay, but you can see I've got basically my latest comment, and I've also made that record inactive. And obviously, if I change my mind, the great thing about this technology over, let's say, trying to use virtual agents is because this doesn't care about the context of a, because I can scroll all the way up, and because I'm using adaptive cards, it remembers the context. It knows that when I'm adding a note, it's against this record. And for those of you who tried building chatbots, this is really tricky, sometimes very tricky to do. How to actually reset context, or remember context of a conversation and escape it elegantly is sometimes a struggle. And this really offers advantages of that. And on top of that, I've built some search capability where you can go, I want to search cases that contain the title new. And you can see it here, or I can search accounts that start with BRA, and because I know I've got one account that name, and you can build that, you can extend that to say, show me all accounts within 5 miles radius, or show me all accounts that are distributors. You could use it to actually query data quite in a very complex way. I don't necessarily recommend you do that, because chatbots are not meant to replace that. I'm just here in this example, I'm trying to basically get into the head of a salesperson. I'm on the road. I want to essentially very quickly add a note. I'm directly in Teams, and I can do it directly from within my helper, which I think benefits everybody all around. So again, this is just an example. It's not obviously a finished application, but you see that by using Power Automate, you get some additional benefits in terms of building all this stuff. Yes, it takes much longer, and it's not as easy to do as in virtual agent, but you get some big benefits. So I would recommend you to actually invest in your knowledge of Flow and Power Automate to get this sort of thing going. And just to prove what I'm talking about, so here is the solution that essentially contains all the flows that were used in building of this application. So as you can see, it's not a massive interface where you've got a lot of types of conversations, but if we just have a few flows that essentially kick in to take care of every conversation thread. So if I'm hitting hi, then I go through default welcome intent, and then if I type my diary, then it takes me to my diary. And there is obviously some pipeline, some middleware around it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I realized that I'm before schedule massively, but hopefully you have some questions for me and we can fill the void. And otherwise, I'm sure most of you will appreciate a coffee break. I know I would. So yeah, without further ado, thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, please post them here.
Thank you very much for that session, Artur. So you covered a lot of ground there. Obviously, you talked about the bot framework, Power Automate, adaptive cards, Teams integration. So there's a lot going on here. And I mean, I can clearly see there's a lot of development time spent on what you've built. Obviously, so just for the sake of the audience, really, in terms of how they can begin with delivering a solution like this with chatbots, what would be required for them to do that?
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's not a problem. So I mean, first of all, as I said, I want this session to be really about chatbots principles and why you're building chatbot, and I want people to think about the use case first. So this is the most important and difficult bit, is figuring out what do you want to do and why do you want to do it. And then you need to basically design it, and a piece of paper is the best probably option for that, or maybe even a draw.io or something like that, where you just map out the conversation. Now, you can obviously start learning virtual agents, and the virtual agents are great because it's very WYSIWYG. You can point and click and you can build the flow of the conversation relatively quickly. What I'm using here is slightly more advanced. So I'm using essentially Power Automate, and I'm using Dialogflow for my natural language understanding, and I'm using bot framework for fulfillment. So without turning this into a super tech code heavy session, I can show you very briefly what an example of my flow looks like. And I'm using some custom connectors here, so which is why you're not seeing here millions of parse JSONs, because I'm using some custom connectors. But essentially, all it's really doing at its core is I'm basically getting some payload from my Dialogflow application, which passes me the Teams payload. I'm then passing this payload, and you'll see if I actually show this to you on the example that we've run 5 minutes ago. So this is maybe easier to understand. So we're getting something, and you will see here that you've got some essentially information. So this is from Artur Zielinski, and you get that the guy's in UK, you get the message, you get all sorts of information. We then pass it, we get some documents from our cache. So we need to build a cache in order to store that user information, what I was talking about. I need to know who you are. So I actually use cache database to hold all that information, because CDS is not fast enough for me. I then pass the user details in order to know what your name is. And then I build a card response. And, when I'm building a card response and sending the response, these are just custom connectors, but you can actually code it in Node.js or C# or whatever. And that really allows me huge flexibility, because if I needed to change, let's say change my response, I could just say, go here, and I can say, hi, first name, last name, and press save. And if I go back to my chatbot and say, hi, you see that now it says first name and last name. So it allows me that flexibility and dynamic nature of chatbot, that I can test it straight away and build something quite useful straight away. So my big frustration with a lot of the chatbot platforms is that they talk about natural language understanding. They don't talk about fulfillment. They don't cover the ground that is necessary for your chatbot to be useful. So this is, a really, really quick example of how this is achieved in my case. But obviously, to replicate something like that using a bot framework would require you to know quite a lot of code. And I'm not gonna lie, bot framework is a tech-heavy framework. And Dialogflow as a natural language understanding for me gives me benefits over Lewis. But they're both free, so it doesn't really matter what you choose. I recommend Dialogflow, but you're more than welcome try using Lewis or even BotXO. And IBM Watson also has a great language understanding capabilities. But I hope that you will agree with me that language understanding and all that cool tech that Google demonstrated a few years ago, that you can talk to a restaurant, and it's not that important. What's really important is what value are you adding to your customers, and can they get that value quickly without talking to a human agent? That's really what chatbots is meant to do. It's not meant to talk to you about life. I don't think this is really where the future lies for this technology. All right. Anyway, any other questions? Oh, I can see I have one. Regarding the authentication, we have got our app permission to be available multi-tenant. We get batch request. When you're talking about app permission, what app is that, Aya, and where? Sorry, I'm just not understanding when you talk about app permission. Are you talking about Facebook app? Are you talking about Teams? Are you talking about specific channel or bot framework? What?
Are you able to clarify your question further? I'm assuming it's just generally authentication for the chatbot. Are you talking about general authentication for identifying the persona via the chatbot? It says any tips regarding the app permissions would need to be helpful. Yeah, if you could just elaborate further, because it is very vague what you've mentioned there. Authentication, I'm just personally assuming that you're just referring to general authentication. Generally, you don't get authentication on chatbots. It's passed through as Artur showed earlier, that you pass through the details and retrieve the contact details. So yeah, it's missing a few information.
I mean, you can. I mean, just to clarify that. So one of the features that you get with Bot Framework is basically passing a type of an adaptive card that is sign-in card that allows you to actually pass any OAuth 2 authentication method. So your identity server or Facebook, Google, whatever. You can actually ask people to sign in using those credentials. But the point I was making in my presentation is that you do not have to do it if the channel that you're using already contains authentication within it. If somebody is talking to you on Facebook, they're already logged into Facebook, so you do not need to ask them to sign in again. I really think Microsoft missed the boat here when they were introducing this. It makes great sense if it's a web channel, web chatbot, but as far as I'm concerned, web chatbots are sort of not pointless, but certainly less useful, because what's the difference between web portal and web chatbot? Really not that massive. Chatbots for me is something that sits within the channel of choice for that customer. That's really the benefit. It is on their WhatsApp, Messenger, Twitter, Facebook, Kik, Telegram, Teams, Slack. You get the point. So that's really where people are already authenticated, so you don't need to do it. But yes, you're talking about the sign-in functionality. And all I'm really doing in my example, I'm not actually doing any of that heavy stuff. All I'm really doing is grabbing from the payload an AAD object, which I can show you here. All I'm really grabbing from the payload. Sorry, I'm just open that. Don't you get annoyed with Flow and it's that edit button is grayed out for a few seconds and you don't know if you've clicked it or not. Anyway, so I'm passing the payload and you can see that I'm basically passing to my document cache database. I'm searching for a user where AAD ID equals this object ID. And that's it. They're already authenticated. Why do I need to ask them for a password again? They've logged into their Teams using their password. Oh, of course, nobody does that because everybody's using federated login, but you see what I mean. So I hope that answers the question. And how to pass it to an agent from the chatbot. So that's a great question that falls into what Neil was talking about. So that depends on where you're passing it to, Bala. So if you're using Omni-Channel, you've got actually a set of APIs that allow you to pass the context of the conversation. But the most important question you're asking is, where are you building your chatbot on? Are you building it on Messenger? In which case, Messenger has built-in, Facebook's got built-in APIs that allow you to pass the conversation between agents. And in fact, Facebook supports it natively. You can have 3 live agents on a Facebook page, and you can actually use Facebook. I know Microsoft won't like you to hear it, but you don't need Omni-Channel to manage Facebook that way. If you're a B2C company that's using Facebook, you can do it directly from Facebook Page Manager. If you're using something like WhatsApp from your channel of choice, then I'm sure there are other options. I don't know each channel intimately enough to comment, but it really depends on your channel that you're in. But if you're using Omni-Channel, that's not the channel we're talking about. Using Omni-Channel is a hub where your agents talk to the customers, but your customers are somewhere. They are talking to you either through a web live chat, or they're talking to you on your Facebook page, or they're sending you tweets, or they're sending you emails, or they are on a channel, and that's the channel I'm talking about. In order to pass a conversation to an agent on Facebook channel, you need to be aware of the channel that the people are using. I hope that makes sense. But if you're using Omni-Channel, Microsoft helps you out. You've got an API that you can call from your Power Automate. So what I would build, if I was building something like that, I would build in some sentiment analysis. Again, very straightforward AI builder to actually understand, is the person unhappy about anything? And then I would trigger that API call to actually start a new conversation in Omni-Channel. Maybe I'll do it for the next demo. I'm sure there will be one in a few weeks' time, Russ, I'm sure.
Thank you, Artur. Yes, exactly. So this is obviously first of many. We'll have many online conferences every single Saturday now. So next week will be a Power App Saturday. The following week will be Power Automation. The following week will be Business Central. The week after that will be FinOps. And then the week after that will be Power Platform Developer. And a lot of those sessions, especially the Power Platform Developer session, will be covering more advanced sessions, as well as the Power Automate session. How to obviously build the adaptive cards, as Artur showed you there. The adaptive cards are one of my favorite things right now. And with Flow, I mean, so yes, there's many events happening, and then we will be revisiting customer service Saturday. So we'll be doing more deep dives into very specific customer service scenarios. So that'd be a great opportunity to showcase the questions you've had. Maybe if it's related to authentication, whether it was managing and handling the call handling scenarios. So these are all great areas, and what we would love is for yourselves to ask to actually mention that in the chat. If you could at least ask your questions in the chat, or provide a recommendation of certain topics you want us to cover, then that will help us to ensure we're fully prepared for the next customer service event, where we can tackle your specific scenarios in the call center and target them more directly. That's really our objective here, guys. But I think what Artur has done is that he showcased a lot of different technologies working together. I mean, look, Artur, you didn't have to use Flow, for example, but you did. And you've, out of curiosity, obviously yourself working as primarily as a pro code developer, why did you choose to use Flow as the glue when you didn't have to? Any reason, just for the audience, really?
For me, it really takes advantage of Flow or Zapier, because I'm sort of considering both really here. It takes advantage of the biggest advantage that Power Automate offers over everything else. It's the availability of connectors. So what I was talking about, chatbots have to be useful. If you need to show somebody an adaptive card and it needs to contain an image of a product, a price, and a location, and some buttons that essentially allow a person to buy it, then you may have that in 3 or 4 different databases. And you can use Flow to literally go and ask each one. So you can go, okay, grab me a price from SharePoint and grab me an image from Stream or whatever, you get my point. And you get then maybe the customer details from CDS. And Flow is really fantastic at basically passing that JSON through the funnel and coming at the end of it with hopefully some response that customer will go, wow, actually that is useful to me. Thanks for that. And yeah, you don't need to use Flow, but it's much easier to learn than try to actually do it all in code. And it's easier to demonstrate the functionality. And this is really where virtual agents lose me a bit, because you get the virtual agents and you get the connectivity to Omni-Channel, but in terms of Flow connectivity, it's still very, very limited. So to use an example I've used before, if I want to show you your appointments, I cannot currently, correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe it's changed now, but I remember a month ago, you still cannot pass arrays or objects between Flow and virtual agent, which means that you either have to hack it in a string, some type, but you cannot actually pass multiple responses from Flow into an agent. And this is really where, for me, this is the most flexible framework that I came across. Anyway, hope that's enough information. I tend to over-explain sometimes, so I do apologize for that.
That's great. That's fantastic. Just reading through the questions here. Everyone's happy. Alan Fleming saying fantastic session, very relevant to what he is currently planning to implement at work. So it's a very practical session you've provided there, Artur. I is also thanking you for your session. And Neil's just mentioning about Omni-Channel, that if you use Omni-Channel with virtual agents, then
it is much easier. Neil is 100% spot on. It's much simpler, and really virtual agents are, for me, something that you should definitely, if you've not seen it, get it installed, trial it once. It will teach you so much about chatbots. I think you just need to appreciate the fact that there are limitations, and obviously there's also, let's be honest here, there are some licensing implications here with virtual agents that I'm not suffering from. So, if you compare cost of what we've got set up here, which is essentially a bunch of flows and some apps, compare it with the cost of virtual agents, when you scale it up, you will see a massive discrepancies in commercial implications here. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. And yeah, I think I'm going to stop sharing my face now, because I think I'm due for I definitely need another coffee.
Thank you once again, Artur, for
Thank you.
And as Artur rightly mentioned, obviously there are licensing variations and implications for the different various chatbot solutions. You could opt for something that's a bit more integrated, such as the virtual agents. There will be a session on virtual agents and customer insights later on today with Ashish, as well as with Tricia. So we will be covering the virtual agents a lot. But it was just good to know the other scenario for those who find virtual agents a bit too pricey, an alternative way of delivering a similar type of experience. So that was quite obviously a good insight into the different options available for delivering these self-service chatbot scenarios. We can make the video available, Alan. We can publish the video after the event. We have a YouTube channel where we could do that, so that's not a problem. So any other questions related to this session, or do you have any other general questions? Thank you. There's Artur's Twitter handle, Artur Zielinski. Also, please follow him on LinkedIn. Please share any other questions or any other asks that you may have, any other areas of concern or speculation. So the common one, I think, is authentication. And maybe we do need to have a deep dive into authentication. Is a big topic. And I'd be really keen on tackling that topic myself, because it's something that security and authentication plays a massive role, especially in software architecture. And so it's a really good topic to tackle, and I think we should definitely do a session purely focused on authentication options. So that's one. Are there any other types of topics that people think that we should try to cover in a deep dive? Please feel free, don't hold back. Just either you can discuss it. We've still got 5 minutes on this call. We could have a chat to talk about it, or you could just simply mention it in the chat window. So the next session, for those who are not aware, is on Omni-Channel within the call center with Tricia. So this will be elaborating further on Neil's session. As well as the other sessions that have passed by. So Tricia will be doing a session just covering the new Omni-Channel feature within Dynamics, and she'll be online in 5 minutes. And so just what Artur mentioned off the back of that last comment is basically related to the authentication, sign in OAuth, or simply outsource it to the channel. Basically, yeah, there's many ways you can handle the authentication based on the platform and that you're currently using to interact and interface with the personas. So and again, it just obviously heavily depends on the platform, on your current interface, how you're interfacing with the individual. It could be via social media stream. It could be through another application or a website, public-facing website. And Alan's asking, can you drop your? Yep, so no problem. I definitely can. We need to connect everyone on the call. Can you drop your LinkedIn profile into this chat window to connect everyone? Yes, feel free, guys. If you want to connect with one another, please feel free to share your LinkedIn details with one another on the call. So I'll definitely share on social media accounts. I'll share mine. I'll share the 365 community one as well as Twitter. We've got many social media channels. I will share them all with you right now. No problem whatsoever. Just bear with me. Okay, so I'll putting mine in there now for you. And now we have our community pages as well. So we've got our Twitter community. And then we've obviously got our LinkedIn community as well. There you go. Yeah, make sure everyone joins, follows them. Raise your questions, your concerns, any topics. If you are experiencing a problem, most likely someone else is also experiencing the same challenge. And that's the value of the community, really, in sharing our experiences. That's the reason why this community feels like it's the best community out there, because everyone is so willing to help one another in helping them overcome their challenges. And that's something that gets us all it makes us all feel part of something great. We're no longer alone, we're all working together. And to succeed together, working on this power platform. So, and thank you, Ambesh, for sharing your connection details as well. Ambesh is also helping with obviously proctoring, and as well as Antti Pajunen as well. Thank you both for helping proctoring today's event. And we're all working, whether we're working directly for end clients or for partners. We're all helping one another. So please feel free to connect, share, and share our challenges with one another. What I will do is I'll create a Teams channel, invite you all to a Teams channel where you can carry on a conversation around customer service in particular, customer service challenges in particular. How about that? And then we can carry on our conversations. And whenever you have a challenge, you can just simply communicate it on a Teams channel, and that's something that we'll definitely do. Okay, so Tricia is just joining us now. So here we are. So Tricia joining us. Just going to, and there you are. So Tricia, feel free to share your screen whenever you're ready. For those who don't know Tricia, Tricia is someone who's been very much involved in the community, covering many topics such as DevOps, Azure, and customer insights. And now she'll be covering Omni-Channel. So that's going to be a really good session. She'll be covering. You've heard from all the sessions today how Omni-Channel fits into a gap. It really does close the loop with the and really helpful in handing off communications in scenarios to call center staff members. It's really useful. It is positioned in specifically in that gap, really. So it does play a very, very important role in the whole chain. So without further ado, I can hear Tricia now. So Tricia, hello there.
Hi everyone. Okay, give me.
There you are.
And I am just finishing loading my environment. There you go. Cool. Thank you very much for that introduction. So I'm just going to share my screen, and then what we'll do is we'll go through, as Raz says, just a kind of whistle-stop tour of Omni-Channel and some of the latest features that are involved in it. So give me 1 second. Let's just bring this up. Sorry about this. Okay.
So all the speakers are very busy today, and there's many events happening today. There's obviously there's an MBAS hack going on. There's a APAC online event as well. And so yes, there's a lot of things going on today. So all the speakers are involved in multiple events. So thank you, Tricia, for obviously making it. I know you're going to be jumping off later on to join the hack as well.
Yeah, I just popped over from the hack, and then I'm going to go back to the hack after this.
Sorry, Raj, do you mind to start the recording? Okay, you already did it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So again, this is the Omni-Channel Engagement Hub overview. Just a bit of background about myself. I'm a D365 pre-sale solutions consultant from DXC Technology. If you are interested, as Raz mentioned, about Omni-Channel, customer insights, customer service insights, any of the insights features really, as well as Omni-Channel, then please follow me on Twitter, on LinkedIn. I do have a blog where I do blog about these topics as well. So feel free to refer to that as well. And use the hashtag if you're tweeting about this session, hashtag 365Saturday. I'll be happy to see that. So let's begin. We're going to go through a general introduction of Omni-Channel. We're going to talk about the chat channel and the SMS channel, which are two of the main channels that I see. Obviously, there is also a voice channel and other channels that I'll be mentioning, but the two that I'll be demoing are going to be chat and SMS. We're also going to go into some of the reporting functionality that's also available, touching on licensing and some of the, well, not really upcoming features, some of the features that are currently now out as part of the April release. If you've got any questions during the demo, please take yourself off mute. Please ask during the session. I still like a collaborative discussion, even though I can't really see you. It helps to know that you're actually out there, you know? Cool. So let's start off. A little bit about me. Yes, this is me. I was 18 years old. I basically put myself through university with obviously the lovely assistance of my parents by working at a call center. I worked in a banking call center as a sales associate. And my main aim there was to provide first-time resolution to callers. So basically, I'll tell you your balance whilst I then try to sell you a balance transfer or a loan. So I do have some history with call center solutions. But whilst I was working at that call center, I did obviously have to deal with a couple of things. You know, first of all, it was in the middle of nowhere. So you had to actually go to the site to work. If you're not mobile, you just could not work that day. And then also, when you're actually working at a call center, I'm not sure if anyone's actually worked there, but they always have so many different systems that they use, and each of the systems kind of do something totally different. Like there's one system that would track your balances, and another system that I have to refer to see the documentation that was sent out to you, and then another system that was actually like your phone system. Right. So if you had a question, I have to refer to all these different systems just to answer that question. And also on top of that, you're expected to keep them all updated. So at the end of the call, you have to add your notes into each of these systems. Now, this obviously affected our KPIs, right? Because every agent or team had a different KPI that they had to adhere to. But if you're dealing with all these different systems, it adds time. And it adds complexity, because if one of the systems were down, then you have to work with the other ones and you just have to do the best. You had to do the best that you could do, which was great fun. The other thing as well is there was a lot of people coming and going, and that meant that we had to keep training new people coming in. So they keep putting their customer on hold. And when they put their customer on hold, one, it's not the best customer experience, because if you're a customer and you want someone with a particular level of knowledge, being consistently put on hold is not a great experience, right? So that's another thing. That was another challenge that obviously I faced when I was working at a call center. And then finally, the last challenge that I had whilst working there was mainly all around how we could kind of actually support our new staff without, actually, no, I did talk about training. So yeah, let's move on. So those are the different challenges that we actually faced. So why am I talking about that? It's really because when I left university and I kind of came into my professional years, one of my first roles was actually implementing a system called USD. Now I know if you've been on the call before, Neil Parkhurst did his session on USD, and implementing USD was actually one of my first CRM projects. So I was extremely chuffed because I had this experience, and it was really cool. And USD was really cool because I could see the progression between what I did working at a call center to how USD would actually help. USD, basically Unified Service Desk, brought the ability to kind of streamline the process, bring all the different discrete applications together so I'm not popping out all the time to service my customer, which basically allowed my KPIs to increase, or allowed the KPIs of a call center agent to not increase but decrease in terms of your call handling time and your call wrap-up time, right? And with that, it also allowed me to utilize standard case management functionality in one place, for example, my knowledge articles and my agent scripts, right? So again, this is now dealing with, I don't know what to do. What do I need to do? What can I say? The agent is better equipped to deal with those issues. Now, but USD doesn't really solve the issue that I mentioned with regards to lack of mobility and remote working, because as an agent, you're not really able to work if you can't get on site. And this is where Omni-Channel comes in, right? So Omni-Channel Engagement Hub is a cloud-based call center solution that allows me to leverage multiple channels, and also leverage other standard functionality that is also available within Unified Service Desk, such as my agent scripts, and also leverages functionality that is available within standard case management, standard customer service, such as case management or your knowledge articles, or even your standard business process, which could define your internal business process as a company. Okay, now, just like Unified Service Desk, we can actually route chats based upon skills. So as a chat comes in or as a conversation comes in, you can actually route it based upon this, the skills that are needed to deal with that issue. Now, unlike Unified Service Desk, Omni-Channel has standard channels that's available. So for example, a standard channel would be your chat. You'd have also a Facebook and also integration with Microsoft Teams. Now, all of these would come in as native channels to Omni-Channel, whereas previously they would have to be utilized via an ISV or an external partner or another partner. But you also have the ability to leverage other channels such as SMS or WeChat or web chat. And therefore, it doesn't really matter the channel that the conversation comes in from. It's going to be routed. It's going to go to an agent who can resolve the issue, and that agent will have a seamless and uniform experience to resolve your issue, which not only helps with training because you're only training one process, but it also helps to reduce the KPI or improve the KPI rather that agent has. Okay, so that's basically what Omni-Channel is and some of the benefits that Omni-Channel has. So just to go through some of the differences, if we start off from D365 Customer Service, D365 Customer Service is a D365 module that's really for like a single session. So it's me dealing with a case. Obviously, you have the ability to automatically create cases when an email is sent to a queue, and you can deal with that in that channel. Then you've also got Unified Service Desk. Now, Unified Service Desk is great because if you have like more complicated processes, you can build on top of that, right? Because it's actually, you have to install it onto your machine, and it's something that you can easily extend based upon the business requirements. Omni-Channel, however, Omni-Channel is more for if you need multiple channels and multiple sessions. It is not as easily extensible as Unified Service Desk, but it is extremely configurable. So you can actually almost get everything that you need. So if you have more complicated scenarios, you're going to be looking between Unified Service Desk and Omni-Channel. And if you can't make Omni-Channel work, you're going to need to move on to the Unified Service Desk. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to take you through what you can actually do using the chat channel within Omni-Channel Engagement Hub. Okay. So that's my first demo. Any questions so far? I'm going to assume not. Okay. So let's start off. Now in this demo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk us through trying to service myself. Now, obviously, if I have a problem, my main thing is I always want to fix it myself. That's the first thing I do. I don't like reaching out for help. I try to resolve it myself. And this is, I think, a lot of people. Right? So it's quite important that companies nowadays have the ability to self-serve. Either by using knowledge articles or Power Virtual Agent bots that will mean that I can kind of be empowered as a user to resolve my own issue. Now, if I can't, then for the companies, in the company's best interest, providing a chatbot that would attempt to resolve my issue or give me the information as a customer that I need without impacting my human agents would be beneficial, because it reduces the amount of conversations that your human agents will have to deal with. Because let's face it, a human agent can only deal with so many conversations, right? A bot can deal with a lot more. So you're going to have a better, a much more higher return on your investment, so to speak, right? And also better customer service, because let's face it, the bot will deal with the issue a lot quicker, hopefully, if it's designed right. So let's have a look. Now, I'm basically on my portal and I'm trying to locate when my collection days for waste and recycling is, but I'm not really finding it. On top of that, I know I need to probably create create a council tax or set up my council tax. So I'm going to initiate my bot now. Now, the first thing it's going to do is it's asking me here for my pre-chat questions. Again, this is configurable, right? Actually, I'm going to pause, take a step back. The design of this chatbot is we used to not be that configurable, but as from the April release, the chat widget is now configurable, and you can actually create CSS and override the functionality, override the design of the chat button and the chat widget. Okay, so that is something that you can now do. You can embed the chat button in any portal, not necessarily only Power Apps portal. Okay, so that's another thing I need to mention. But here you have the pre-chat questionnaire. The pre-chat questionnaire just allows you to define information that the agent is going to need to know in order to service the issue. It also helps with routing, because depending on why you're contacting the company, it can then route you through to the necessary queue so that agent can then better service you. So I'm going to put here, let's put Tricia Sinclair. Okay, and I'm basically I'm messaging about a council tax inquiry. Now, for GDPR purposes, what you might want to do is you might want to say, hey, this is our privacy statement. Can you read it? This is our terms and conditions. Can you read it? And then force the user to have to check it. So you can actually add mandatory checkbox values here that will force the user to opt in or specify that, yes, I'm happy for GDPR purposes, or I've read the terms and conditions, etc., in order for them to proceed. Now, when I press submit, another option that we've got is we can now integrate Power Virtual Agent with Omni-Channel Engagement Hub. So the first thing that the user will get is that agent bot, that Power Virtual Agent bot. Now, I do think that there's another session coming up about PVA, so I'm not really going to go into the details about it, but this is really just to show how this is going to basically interact with the Omni-Channel Engagement Hub. I mentioned that I'm going to be using council tax, or I need to set up my council tax, so I'll go ahead and select that option. Now I can continue going through this, and ideally the situation is that the PVA, the bot, should resolve my issue. So I could have actually built this out for this to actually create my record and set me up and let me know and send me on my way. So it deflects the chat, and my agent is free to deal with a more complicated issue. But no, in this demo, I want to basically be escalated to an agent. So I'm going to press no, and then what you'll see is we'll be right with you. Now, for standard Omni-Channel, you actually will get another message, and that's because messages in Omni-Channel are now also configurable. I can specify a custom message when an agent is joined, when it's been rerouted or transferred, or the conversation is ended. Okay. Another thing that you can do is you can actually leverage the notifications, desktop notifications, which did not work on my environment today because I think I specified something wrong. But if you wanted to know how to set that up, I do have a blog on that and all the different tips and techniques and what to look out for to get that set up. So here you can actually see that I've got my chat coming through to my my Omni-Channel Engagement Hub, and you've got the chat reason. Now, this chat reason is because I specified council tax in my Power Virtual Agent bot. You can also have the chat reason coming in from your pre-chat question. It's literally, you can add information to the notification to allow the agent to understand what the chat's about, right? So if I accept, it's going to open up into a new session. Now remember, Omni-Channel Engagement Hub is a multi-session, multi-tab experience, which means I can actually be on multiple conversations. I could be on a chat, I could have a Facebook chat, an SMS chat, a voice call if should I need to, and it will all be visible here. Not only that is I initiated the conversation using Power Virtual Agent. The agent is able to see all the history of what actually happened, and I can pass through from Power Virtual Agent an internal chat to the agent to give them an overview of what happened, right? So I know it's a council tax application. They're a sole occupier, okay? So I know, okay, they want to set it up. That's fine. We can do that. Not only can I see the history of what happened, but I can actually route specific agent guidance. So this agent guidance is basically your agent script, right? And you can have different agent script depending on the information associated with the contact. So if this contact was a VIP, then I might want a different script than if it was just a standard SLA customer. Or they might be, because they're calling about the council tax, I've actually got an agent script that defaults to be showing me what I need to talk about for a council tax inquiry. Okay, so here you can actually specify I need to welcome the customer. So I can utilize what's known as a quick reply. Now, a quick reply is really a short code where it can I can just type out a code and it will filter a list to allow me to quickly send that through to the agent. Now, bear in mind, you probably don't want to have a lot of quick replies because it's going to have to filter it. And also, what it's done is basically remove the need for me to have to sit down typing, hello, you're chatting with, etc., etc. And it also allows you to standardize your responses as a company, right? So everyone is saying the same thing and singing from the same hymn sheet. Now, once I've finished that part of my call script, I can just check this button here, and that indicates that I've finished that. It flags that as complete. Now, if I wanted to verify my customer, now I know that Neil Parkhurst has a really, really cool validation app, like a custom app, like a Canvas app that you can embed within Unified Service Desk as part of his Accelerator. You can do something very similar inside of Omni-Channel Engagement Hub using what's known, using agent scripts and what's also known as slugs. Slugs basically pulls information in from other areas of the common data service, right? So if I click on this, it takes me to that agent script where I can now leverage the slugs and it transforms it into the actual value that's in that field that I said I wanted to pull it from. So I can confirm the customer's date of birth, for example. I can confirm the address, right? And if anything changed, I can then move on to edit that information. I could have actually added a button back to my council tax inquiry, but if I wanted to. Now, obviously, this is this is based on top of Dynamics 365 customer service. And because of that, this screen should look quite familiar. And that's because it is actually a CRM form. It's customizable. So if I needed additional information on this form, I can change what's shown here. I can add additional sections or fields, etc. Okay. Now, the reason I actually went and tried to do my looking into the knowledge article to see what I can resolve or identify in terms of when my bins were collecting is because I wanted to come in here and show you that as the user is browsing your web page, what you can do is you can set up what's known as navigation notifications. So when the user comes through, the customer comes through to the agent is then able to see the different pages that was visited, right? So if I click on it, it will take me as the agent through to that knowledge article that the customer went to. Okay, so I don't have to then repeat myself, and the customer doesn't have to say I've already tried that, because I know you've looked at it. Or it could actually be that you misunderstood something, but I'm much better equipped to answer that issue because I know where you went and what you were doing on the site. Okay. The other thing that I'll need to do, obviously, as part of this issue is I need to create a case. Now, when I create a case, again, this is pulling information in from the different areas of my conversation and from the common data service to pre-populate the case. So it lessens the amount of work that I need to do as an agent. So here, I can see the reason, and I can now minimize this and save some screen space. The reason that I'm calling is about council tax. Again, bringing this in from my Power Virtual agent and the reason that it said that you needed to speak to me in the first place. Pulling in the contact type from the employee, so I know that actually this employee probably works for us. So sorry, this contact probably works for us, so that's fine. Associating the customer, the origin I need to change, that's a bug on my side, but the description is actually pulling it in from what's been sent through. Anyone have a question? Or can you put yourself on mute if you're not asking a question? Okay, great. So this is pulling it through from the description that's been passed through from the Power Virtual agent. So all I need to then do is press save, and then this leaves me free to leverage the standard functionality available within the D365 customer service piece. So for example, if I wanted to leverage knowledge articles or even similar cases, etc. Okay. Another really useful thing is if I'm typing in, because I need some more information, like when is my bin collection? Okay. What I'm expecting is, this always happens. Okay, what I'm expecting is Omni-Channel to provide some guidance for me. Okay, so let's try that again. Okay, that worked. Okay, so what I'm expecting is Omni-Channel to come up and provide some guidance. So if I, as an agent or the customer, mentions something, what this is doing, this is going off in the background, and it's going to generate relationship cards, adaptive cards, that's then surfaced up to the agent and allow them to pretty much reuse macros. Now, this is the same kind of functionality that I showed here, where I had create case. I could click on create appointment. It will be pre-populated, and I will just press save. Again, helping your KPIs and reducing the number of clicks that I, as an agent, would need to do. Okay. Now, if you have a look at this screen, so let's minimize this as well, and just minimize that. So we have this there. So what, like working on the Omni-Channel, you can actually have the multi-tabbed experience. Now, what I mean about a multi-tabbed experience is, remember at the start where I said I worked in call centers and you had different applications. Now with Unified Service Desk, you can bring all those different applications into one area, so you can then just tab through as opposed to going to the different applications, you can do the same thing with Omni-Channel. Now, the difference between the two is with a unified service desk, you can bring in applications that are hosted on premise, whereas Omni-Channel, you need the application to be hosted in the cloud or web-based. Okay, so here you can actually see that I've basically brought in Bing, and I can actually pass through queries, use query parameters that will then allow me to either do like searches, or even if you had an external knowledge base, you can bring that in and pre-search through that list by using that query. Or you can actually even use web resources and bring them in, bring them into the tab here. Or if you had an intranet, you can actually have that here as well. Okay, so just some examples or some ideas of what you can actually do. So let me see, there was one other thing that I wanted to show. So what I'm going to show is kind of, if you've kind of annoyed your customer, what does that actually look like? So I'm just going to say I'm upset. Now, there are two things that will happen, and I'll show you one. Now, having a look here, remember here it was kind of just like a purple logo. Now, if you had multiple sessions, then what would happen is that this would then flag up to specify that your attention is needed in this conversation. If I was logged in as a supervisor, the supervisor also gets a notification to specify that, hey, there's a chat that needs your attention, and that supervisor would then be able to click on that chat to then go and monitor your conversation, to provide guidance, to, try to turn that conversation back around. So if I then say, no, very happy service, it then should go back to normal. Okay, so here you can actually see the sentiment is slightly positive. Cool. Awesome. So let's just recap on the different features that we just demonstrated to you. So we just demonstrated the notification template. So we had the Power Virtual Agent escalating the chat, and that chat being that agent being able to see the reason why the chat is coming through, being council tax. That template is known as a notification template and can be amended based upon the channel that you're actually receiving that notification for. Against the notification template, you can also specify if you want to receive desktop alerts or desktop notifications or not. You might just want them to receive that notification just inside of the app itself. Now, what demonstrated was the reactive chat. Now, the reactive chat is pretty much where I, as a customer, am going to you, but you can also have proactive chat, which is where I'm specifying, hey, I'm going back and forth multiple times because I'm not sure about this information, I'm not sure what to do, or I might actually be stuck on a particular screen for a long time, or I might have even entered something incorrectly a number of times. Effectively, no matter the reason you might want to then offer a chat to someone, you could configure it. Now, you do need JavaScript in order to configure that proactive chat, but that allows you to kind of play around with your scenarios and then specify when that chat pops up. Okay, but once it does come up, you can then still take advantage of all the same features that you will have in reactive chat, such as your pre-chat questionnaire or your Power Virtual Agent. Now, transcripts. Once you've ended the chat, what you're able to then do is offer transcripts to the customer to specify, hey, do you want a transcript? And then it can be sent off to the customer as an email. Or the transcripts can be saved inside of Dynamics, and then you can retrospectively send it. We talked about the chat button design and how initially you couldn't really do much with it. You could change the image, you could change the image, and you could change the color. But now you can actually overwrite that whole design with CSS, or even build your own button. And then after you've built your own button, just reuse the same functionality as standard, just by associating it with the Omni-Channel widget. We also demonstrated Smart Assist, which is where you've got a bot in the background that's listing out for words that you're typing in the chat window from yourself and the customer. And then it's going to try to attempt to offer you advice based upon that. And this advice is really there to kind of assist the agent. So, in the initial bit, in terms of the challenges, you've got training and also KPIs. So you've got a new member of staff that needs a little bit of extra support. Smart Assist will go a long way to kind of add, just giving that additional support that could be needed, right? On top of that, because it kind of cuts down the amount of work that they're going to need to do, the amount of things that they need to type, it will reduce or improve their KPI. Application templates. Now, I showed application templates in terms of the different tabs that you could have, and that could be customized based upon the channel that the conversation is coming in from. So I could automatically have different tabs based on the channel coming in. So I could have like I demonstrated my knowledge article, my knowledge base for my chat. If I was coming in from a Facebook, I could have perhaps Bing as a tab instead. It's all customizable, okay? So the only two things that you would need code for is your proactive chat and your Smart Assist. Everything else you can actually just customize and implement. So in terms of a difference between Live Assist and Omni-Channel, because obviously if you're using chat now, chances are you're using Live Assist or CafeX. This list just contains the features that Live Assist has compared with the features that Omni-Channel engagement has. Okay, so obviously the only two differences right now is that with regards to surveys, there's only the pre-chat survey that's available within the Omni-Channel Engagement Hub. I kind of highly suspect that post-chat surveys will probably be coming in the future, but that's a pure speculation. Chatbot integration with Live Assist, you don't necessarily only need to use the Azure Bot framework, whereas with Omni-Channel Engagement Hub, any chatbot that you implement must be based on the Azure Bot framework. Luckily, Power Virtual Agent is based on the Azure Bot framework, and therefore you can leverage that. Okay. So let's now go into the SMS channel. I will need audience participation. I need one person to message me and then tell me that they've done it, please. Thank you. Any volunteers?
Any excuse to message you is good.
Any volunteers?
Australia.
So anyone messaging?
I'm doing it now.
Awesome, thank you so much. Have you done it? Okay, so just in the interest of time, I'll send a message. Okay, so I've just sent myself a message.
Should that be a +44?
Ah, perfect. Okay, great. Cool. So thank you. Okay, a couple of messages coming through, but you can see it works. Great. Wow, thanks. Now they're all coming through. Awesome. Now my capacity each agent is assigned a particular capacity. And because it's assigned a capacity, what's then going to happen is my capacity is now being taken. And therefore, I won't get all the chats. I'll just get chats that meet within that set capacity that I've got, right? Now, as you can see, I don't have these numbers in my environment. However, if I did, what Omni-Channel will then do is associate it and pre-select my customer for me, okay? So again, it reduces the need for me to then go off and search for that customer, but I could if I wanted to. From here, same screen as you had with the chat, I can then go on and search for my customer. Okay, I also have the additional details with regards to the channel that it came in on and the queue that it's basically assigned to. And what I've done is I've associated my chat number to this queue. So the idea is for each service that you provide, you might have a chat number, you might have a different SMS number, okay? And it works back to forth. Now there used to be just one ISV that you could integrate the SMS with, and that was Telesign. So this SMS is configured with Telesign. However, in the April release, Twilio also came aboard. So now Twilio offers not only the SMS channel, which is where we are, but you can also leverage WhatsApp capability, business for WhatsApp or WhatsApp for business, through Twilio as well. Okay, there are other ISVs that are coming aboard, but those are the two that are currently available to be configured within Omni-Channel. A very similar experience to what we had within chat, where we could actually send out the quick message. So if I just did hello and waited 5 minutes. Right, then that basically is the same. It's the same experience as chat. Again, bringing that into, hey, I don't need to, remember a whole bunch of information, especially, with the direct debit guarantee, which is a long piece of text, where you'd have to either sit down and either remember it. I used to remember it off by heart, but I don't anymore. Or you'd have to then copy and paste it in. It basically could be a canned response. Okay, I can leverage my customer validation here. I can actually quickly create a new contact because I don't have this contact in my database. I could actually go straight to the contact information or the contact screen and create a contact and then leverage that information to then create my case. Okay, the same thing, can someone be really upset and just say, I'm upset, like one of these numbers, just message saying, I'm really upset. The same thing will apply. Sentiment will then identify that there is an upset customer. There's a conversation that I need to look into. So this customer is really upset. Let's go and address that. I'm really sorry you're upset. Okay. And oh wow, I have so many upset customers. Okay, now can you be positive for me, please? Thank you. But then that changes it. Do you see? So it's more, I know which conversations needs my attention. I can also see the number of messages that are coming through. Now, I did also mention the application tab and how that could differ based upon the channel that's coming in. Now, the previous channel, I didn't have my schedule board, but through the SMS channel, I'm actually leveraging my schedule board, and I'm bringing in the schedule board available within D365 field service into SMS because I wanted to have the ability, if this would load, sorry, there's a problem with my speed on my network, but that would actually load the standard customer service standard field service or customer service schedule board and allow me to kind of take a full journey from creating that case, scheduling that case, and then ending that case, right? So is there anything else I wanted to demonstrate here? I think that was it. So just to tie up the SMS functionality, the main thing is it's super simple to set up. I mean, it's mainly setting up your numbers through one of these providers, and then going into Omni-Channel and just configuring that new channel. The information and how to set up is available on the Microsoft Docs site, but it's not complicated, and that's the beauty about Omni-Channel. It's mainly configuration. So you think it would be like a lot of code and a lot of time, but it's really not. Okay, so there aren't really many tips or gotchas, apart from the fact that you can't leverage Power Virtual Agents, unfortunately, with SMS. Another thing as well, though, I should mention, is that the conversation does remain open for a period of time. So the person, I can't initiate it, but if the customer initiated that conversation, then it will be left open until a set period of time that's configured within Omni-Channel, and then after that, it then becomes a new conversation. Okay. So the last thing that I want to demonstrate is the supervisor experience. Let's go into the supervisor experience. So as a supervisor, which I forgot to open up, but I will go from here. As a supervisor, I have the ability to do several things. I can access what's known as the ongoing conversation dashboard to see all the different conversations that are ongoing, and also which agents that those conversations are currently with. I can also view the status of those agents as well. Okay, if I had any conversations that were not assigned, I could select it and then assign those conversations to another agent. Now, when I assign that conversation, it doesn't really matter if they're over capacity or not. It will assign it to them. So there is a risk that you could go over capacity using this. Okay, but it's really just to make sure that all your customers are being dealt with. Now, it could also allow you to identify your sentiment. Now, I can't click on monitor here simply because it's already assigned to me. But if it was assigned to someone else, when I clicked on this message and clicked on monitor, it would take me to that conversation. The same screen, a very similar screen to what I have on the agent dashboard, would open up and allow me to see what's been said or what is being said and participate in the background. If I wanted to join in, I could change my tab to be internal. Okay, so that's what I could do. There is another report that's available, and unfortunately, I haven't got it set up on this environment, but that report is so important because with that report, you know how I can see the statuses here? I can't change the status, but with that report, I can actually change the status of my agents. So if someone accidentally left themselves unavailable and they've gone on break, I can change them to be from active to on break. So then that means that they don't get new conversations or chats. Okay. Now, the next thing, because I'm just looking at time, what I want to demonstrate is customer service insights. So the reason I want to demonstrate customer service insights, and I'm not really going to go into it too much, but it's really just to tie everything back together. And I know there is another demonstration or session about customer service insights later on today, if you are interested in seeing this in more detail and understanding the different KPIs that are available. But the reason I wanted to basically draw this back in is because, remember, we started at the front with knowledge articles, and the aim was for that customer to be able to provide service for themselves, because as part of a customer service journey, it's not only just being able to provide multiple channels, it's about that customer experience. It doesn't mean anything if I can access a company from Facebook or Twitter or whatever. It doesn't matter if the service that I get is rubbish and if I can't provide that service for myself, right? And this is basically what customer service insights is allowing me to do. It's going to identify areas that customers are reaching out for help with, and also identify if that's basically being improved or not. So if I can identify trending topics and topics that are impacting my customer service satisfaction levels or my customer satisfaction levels. Okay, we can identify peak times as to when topics are most popular, and then from that, to improve the experience, I can automate these topics. Now, automating these topics kind of just means that you might want to consider either creating knowledge articles for these topics, or my personal favorite, bringing this right back into Power Virtual Agent. And yes, for some reason, as I mentioned, my browser is a bit slow right now. There's a lot going on, but that board would have loaded up. But really, the story is about taking us back to Power Virtual Agent to automate that process. So we've taken it from using Power Apps portals, or any portal really, to go through and identify knowledge articles, being unable to locate what I wanted, going on to my chat, interacting with the Power Virtual Agent, escalating it to that agent. The agent can actually see the information that I used in Power Virtual Agent, and then using different features such as Smart Assist and knowledge articles to try to support that issue, macros to also reduce the amount of work that I did, that I would have needed to do, and then being able to close that case. When I've closed that case, that's now forming a part of the insights being used in customer service insights, and now allowing me to further improve my experience with Power Virtual Agent. Okay, so that's basically where customer service insights fit into that journey. Another thing as well, before I move off, is if I go back to customer service insights, it's this really, really cool thing here called Call Insights. Now, Call Insights is not new. Call Insights is already in general availability for sales insights, right? But for customer service, it's in preview. But what this allows you to do is to provide even more coaching for agents that might be on the phone, right? Improve their conversation styles, ensure that they're listening to customers, ensuring that customers, whilst they're on the call, that their sentiment is positive, right? So here you can actually see the sentiment of the conversations that agents are having, their listening type, their listening speak, but also if I go to this tab, you can actually then get transcripts, historical transcripts of the conversation via call history. Now this does use Azure. This does use Azure in order to, you need to store the call recording, or not necessarily store it, but it does need to pass through the Azure cloud to be analyzed. But you don't need to keep it in Azure, but it does need to be routed through to there. If I click on this, what you can see is the sentiment as well as the conversation transcript. And this is something, again, already available in Sales Insights. It's not strictly new technology, but it is now being brought onto Customer Service Insights. And again, is going to improve the customer service experience exponentially. Okay, so let's tie this all back together. Now, the reports. There are also 2 reports that are available, but those reports really show, those reports kind of really show what I mentioned before in terms of the different KPIs, quite similar to customer service, quite similar to customer service insights, but it's showing the sentiment, the overview of the sentiment, and it's also showing the KPIs associated to the different agents, and also the different KPIs, for example, average handling time and average wrap-up time, etc. Now, to talk about licensing, I do have them all in US, because at the time that I wrote this slide, they were only available in US. However, now if you go onto the UK portal, if you are from the UK, you will get them also in pounds as well. You do need customer service enterprise, right, in order to leverage Omni-Channel. So that comes up to $95 per user per month. So you have to have that. Then you have the option of either chat or digital. If you have just chat, then that just gives you the chat functionality. However, I'm not sure if I mentioned, but you've got so many different channels available: Teams, SMS, Facebook, WeChat, web chat, Line, etc. And those are all available through the digital messaging add-on, right? So a user could have either chat or they could have all. And then if you wanted to leverage the Power BI Pro, the reports that come as standard, you will also then need a Power BI Pro license. Now, Customer Service Insights does not form a part of the Power BI Pro license. That's actually included in your Customer Service Enterprise license. So if you've already got Customer Service Enterprise, you can already leverage the Customer Service Insights functionality that I just demonstrated. Okay, so the new features that we had in the April release that I unfortunately didn't demonstrate here, but they are available and will work very similar to what I've demonstrated, is Twitter, WeChat, WhatsApp, Line, Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams will be so useful, for example, the scenario of an internal engineer that goes out and they might have used the field service mobile remote assist to now call back your internal support team. That will then be routed through to Omni-Channel via Microsoft Teams. Okay, you can also escalate to a video or a voice from chat. The beauty about this is you don't need to set up Twilio, you don't need to set up Telesign, you don't need to set up a video or voice provider because it's actually done through the browser. So there's actually no setup needed here. You just specify that I want to use this functionality and it's set up for you. You can also use co-browse. Now, there are different ISVs that are working to do this, one of them being ScreenMeet, another being LogMeIn, but you can leverage those functionality to then provide co-browse functionality within, or leverage those ISVs to take advantage of the co-browse functionality in Omni-Channel. And then also remote assist, again, being provided by either ScreenMeet or LogMeIn. I do have a blog that explains how to set up co-browse and remote assist using ScreenMeet. So if you were interested in doing that, you could actually refer to my blog and it will walk you through those steps and also show a video of it. To recap in full, what we demonstrated were the full suite, or what we talked about was the full suite of Omni-Channel channels that are available, but we demonstrated the SMS channel and also the chat channel. We talked about the pre-chat questionnaire and how that could be used to route chats through to the appropriate queue, and also how that could allow agents to understand more about what's needed in that chat. Power Virtual Agents, we talked about how that could be useful to deflect chats to save time for the agents, and also to provide additional information to agents should they need to be escalated or should the chat need to be escalated to an actual agent. We talked about how customizable the whole experience are. And I mean, I can't stress that more. Omni-Channel is a customizable low-code call center solution, right? You can extend it further with code, but a bulk of the functionality that I demonstrated is all customizable, is all configured rather. I only used code for 2 features, which was Smart Assist and also Proactive Chat, which I didn't demonstrate, but those are the only 2 features that have code in it, right? We also have Quick Reply, which I demonstrated to kind of bring in and improve KPIs by removing the need for me to type everything out manually, and agent scripts to kind of prompt the agent on what to say, sentiment analysis, ensuring that the agent has the ability to make sure that the customer is happy during the chat, and then also being able to see the reports that come out of it all by ensuring that, yes, I can improve on my customer experience. Smart Assist, ensuring that your users have the ability to not only utilize knowledge articles, but get access to other information that might be in the system or external systems. And this is using the adaptive relationship cards, which is very similar to the Sales Insights cards that you actually get in sales. And we also demonstrated the supervisor dashboard where you can actually see ongoing conversations, monitor, and also assign chats. Now, if you do need any more information, I do recommend that there are other people blogging about Omni-Channel and also customer service and Unified Service Desk Neil Parkhurst being the main one, and also my other colleague, the CRM Ninja, EY Kalman. So those are two people that are also blogging about this. And I also know that Sarah, the CRM Cat, has a 30-day series on Omni-Channel that I would highly recommend if you're just getting started and you need to know more, that you refer to them. And I'm not saying don't refer to me. Please also use my blog, and also please ask any questions if you want to know any more information. And also the doc site is a really good area that they will add. They do keep updating that site, so definitely have check that out as well. Do we have any questions?
Thank you very much, Tricia.
Awesome.
There's currently no questions.
Cool. So I guess, we're all totally cool with Omni. I know, I love it.
Yeah, that really did fill the gap with all the previous sessions. So it really did provide a really good context into where it could really fit and be positioned. Yeah, so that's right. And that's not the last of you, is it, Tricia? You're going to be following up shortly.
In 1 hour, I'll be doing an overview of customer insights and how that could be used within the financial industry.
Yes, exactly. So it's going to be when you described it earlier, it seems like a very end-to-end explanation, and look very excited towards that. So so without further ado, thanks again, Tricia. We will catch up with you very shortly. Thanks again for taking your time out, and we'll see you very shortly. Next up is Diana. So Diana will be discussing the new features of Dynamics Customer Engagement. So Diana, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's actually Dian.
Oh, Dian. Sorry, Dian.
No,
sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Yep.
No worries.
Yep.
This happens all the time.
well, Dian is. Would you share whereabouts? Whereabouts are you from, Dian?
I am originally from the Netherlands, hence the weird pronunciation. And I moved to the United States about 16 years ago.
Awesome. And so you're joining us from which state?
Currently, I am in sunny South Florida. I'm in Boca Raton, Florida.
Very nice, very nice. So it'll be great for Dian to share your screen whenever you're ready, in your own time. I know you've just literally joined us, so that's great. Without further ado, I will obviously share your Twitter handle, D365Goddess on Twitter, Dian Taylor on LinkedIn. There you are, and d365goddess.com as your blog. So thank you very much. And without further ado, the floor to Dian, please. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I figured let me just throw all of my stuff out there. Like I said, my name is Dian Taylor. I actually work for RSM as a pre-sales engineer. And feel free to take a look at my blog, contact me on Twitter. I also have my YouTube and my LinkedIn as well, obviously. And this is also what that big slide or that big QR code is as well, that you can just go ahead and scan, and then we can connect. So I'm just going to go ahead and dive in because I have so much content. So I just want to make sure that I'm going to be touching on everything. And then obviously I also want to do some demos for you guys so you can kind of see what that looks like if you haven't yet. So these are the areas I'm going to cover. So some generic enhancements, the 365 for sales, customer service, and field service applications is actually what we're going to cover today. So let's just go ahead and start with the generic enhancements. And I wanted to start with this one. I thought it was kind of a nice feature, and it also, for whatever reason, I think it's kind of funny. But so you can see here that now we have notes custom formatting. So these enhancements were actually listed somewhere else, but I figured let me just all put them together because it doesn't matter, where you're logging in, right? The Sales Hub or customer service, you're going to get notes everywhere. So this is really exactly what that is. You see a bar there on the bottom that's giving you that formatting choices, so to speak, right? So you can see that. And you can change the colors, as you can see. You can make it bold, or you can make it like whatever you want, right? You can throw links in there. And I kind of thought that was a nice feature, because we're going to be able to put in a lot more rich type of editing. Now, with the timeline itself, it also kind of changed. So you can kind of see that. I'm going to actually, in the next slide, go over all of these different sections and the numbers that we have on here. But I think one of the main things is that we can now perform a keyword search in that timeline. So it's going to be a lot easier to find things in that timeline, those activities. And we're also obviously going to be able to very quickly identify the status of those activities, right? You can see that the overdue ones are red, and you can also see, right, number 6 is actually active, which is not as much popping out as the red one. So here are the different numbers and what you can do with those areas, right? So one is obviously searching records and also searching for keywords. You can enter a note there. You can create a new activity, obviously, like we were used to with the plus button, and we can filter. And there's some additional commands, obviously, on that ... And then we also have, as you can see earlier, right, the activity status. And then we have icons as well there on the side. So that looks a little bit different. And then you can also see the date and time of that particular activity as well. And I believe that's the modified date, but I think you can configure that as well. And this was a huge one, because we kind of lost the ability to filter on contains data and doesn't contain data and all that good stuff, right, that we used to have in the quote unquote old interface or legacy interface. So that's back. And obviously, depending on the field that you're on, you're going to get different options, right? So if I'm on a date and time field, you can see that in the screenshot, I'm going to get different option than, for example, if I'm on a regular text field, or if I'm on a field that's more of like an option set. So you definitely want to check that out. And this is also an important thing, because now we have the ability to allow users to perform a search in the view that they are in. And that's very important, right? So you have to understand that if you turn this on, this search applies in the current views filter. So that means that my active contacts that you're looking at right now, it's only going to search for in this particular view with those filters on, right? So if I'm looking for somebody else, but I'm looking in that view, and it says, right, search this view, because if you have it turned on, it says something else, then again, it's just going to keep those filters on. So keep that definitely in mind as well. Now, you probably want to know, okay, well, where do I go to turn this on or off? You can actually go to the system settings, and then you click on the general tab, and it's under setup search. So let's go ahead. Let me just go ahead and pull up so I can show you some of these things in that live demo. So I just have this account that I figured let me just go ahead and open it up. And here you can kind of see those activities, right? You can see here that this is overdue, this is closed. Those overdue activities are really kind of popping out, which is kind of nice. And you also see when I hover over an activity, it gives me these buttons, right? So I can assign this, I can complete an activity, and then I can add it to a queue or open the activity, or even, right, because I have delete rights, even delete an activity. So you can kind of see that that looks a lot different. Then you have some additional buttons here, right? Here's my filter buttons that we are familiar with. And I can now also, for example, I think it was a post by, I can just filter on auto post or post by just users. I believe this is a new one as well, new filter that we have here. And then also, let me just go ahead and show you the notes. Let me see if I can just, I believe I have a note in here already, or I can even create a new note. Just go ahead and enter my note over here. So here is that bar, right? So if I just want to go ahead and make that a different color, let's make that red and make that a little bit bigger as well. Let me see if I can just make that 20. So you can kind of see that now I can start using this formatting bar here directly. And you can see here, I can put links in there, and I could put a table in there, and then I can just go ahead and add that note directly here on the screen. And I also wanted to show you searching real quick, because I have an email in here that's actually tracked relating a contact. But now that I'm in the account record, I wanted to show you that you can actually, that you can actually do that search. I actually have an email that has a text, "Have a great day," in it from Angel. And here you can see that Angel, this is that email that we have. And now we can just go ahead and search inside, right, in that email, really doing that keyword search, which I thought was kind of important. Okay, so let's just go ahead and move on here to the next section, and that's really the sales, Dynamics 365 sales. So there's some changes to forecasting. I'm not sure if any of you guys have used it yet, but it's a pretty nice feature, and especially now that they're like adding some of the functionality to the forecasting, it's kind of nice. So with the flexible column modeling, we can now configure columns to be roll-up fields or even calculated fields. And I'm going to show you that in the next slide where I have a screenshot. So, for example, you can set a column to a calculated field that would total maybe the value of all opportunities with a value with that status, I should say, of 1 and maybe committed. Or maybe you want to add a column that says, you know, amount left before I actually hit my goal, right? So you can do all of that out of the box now. And the quota management is now a way where you can basically add and update quotas for the entire forecast time periods by, again, using that Excel template that we have. So you can basically download that template at any point in time and then upload that back into that quote forecast, or the quote forecast, the forecast itself, sorry. And then we have some advanced filtering right now as well. So we didn't have that before. So maybe you want to set up forecast for a particular type of opportunity, right? So you can go ahead and filter out those opportunities that you want to include in that forecast. And lastly, we didn't have this either, the quota security. So you can now configure the access and forecast by assigning a security role to each individual forecast that's in the system. So it's really allowing us to do a lot more with those forecasts as well. So here are a couple of examples. This is a calculated column, right? I'm saying I'm going to create a new forecast column that's called forecast, and I'm going to make that calculated because I'm going to add the 1 column plus the committed column, and that's going to be my forecast column. So you can do stuff like that now. And then obviously you can do roll-ups as well. And then this is something that's called an adjustment grid. So once the forecast is created, if you have this configured, you can allow users to adjust the values in those live forecasts so that you can just upload that column, right? You can see that on the screen. I'm putting in an adjustment. I can put in a note, and then we can see the history of that as well, right? So if we keep going in there every year or month or whatever it is, we can just go ahead and take a look at that history of those manually entered adjustments. Now, obviously, a forecast can contain a lot of information and a deep hierarchy as well. So the organization's forecast and opportunity could be a little disjointed, right? So what we have here, and you probably have seen this maybe also with the opportunities itself, this Kanban view that we have now. So you can use that with your forecast. What that does is you're basically going to click on the person that that forecast is talking about, so to speak. And I'll show you that in a demo in a second as well. And then that brings up this particular view. And now I can very easily update values in those fields that you see here. So estimated revenue, estimated close date, etc. But I can also very quickly kind of move it from one forecast stage to the next, right? You can see here that this best case is being dragged into the pipeline. So that's kind of allowing us to very quickly do things like that, and also get that visual, right, of what exactly is the total that we have in the pipeline, what is the total we have in the best case scenario, in the committed area, etc. So it's kind of nice to be able to do that. And of course, you can see here, those are as soon as that's done, then the system will update your forecast, obviously, with those values as well. Now, this is a pretty big one. So for team member licenses that were purchased during or after October 2018, the users that have that license will be restricted to a set of designated app modules. So you're not going to have access to Customer Service Hub, Sales Hub, or any of your custom app modules that you created. So you got to definitely, I hope everybody heard of this before, you definitely want to make sure that you kind of test this out, right? Because again, they're really going to enforce this. The other thing is, you can see here the designated apps are for customer service is the customer service team member app. And I think I have it in a slide later as well. So we can talk about that a little bit later, because that functionality is not what you think. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. Sales team member is again also that app that is now for that license, and then there's also Project Resource Hub. So again, there is those are just the apps that they can access. There's nothing else, no other apps that they can access. These are really the designated apps for that. So keep that in mind. And this is kind of what that looks like. You can see here, I actually, if you install that, I believe if you do the update, this one actually gets installed, and you can see it's actually called a Sales Team Member app like you saw earlier, and you see it's very restricted, right? So what you can do here in Dynamics 365 for sales is you can view customer details and those related leads and opportunities and activities. So again, keep in mind, it is very, very restrictive, right? Which is really what that team member license is as well. And here are some enhanced experience. Now, I really kind of like this one because you can see that there is a big pop-up window when you now click on Add Products. You can see here there is this big quick create opportunity product form that basically shows me all of the products that are that I can pick from, and I can actually hover over them, and then you can see this box here that kind of pops up that is showing me the product ID field, the valid from and to fields, and also a description field. So it allows me to very quickly add those products as well, and I'll show you that in a demo in a few seconds as well. But it really is, I really like what they did with that because it's a lot cleaner. We can also add write-in products, and you can even add, you can look at recently used products as well. You can see that here up top. I have my regular product list. I can click on write-in to add write-in products, or I can just go ahead and take a look at some of the recently products that I've used so that I can very quickly add them. So it's a lot less painful than it was before. Now, this feature needs to be turned on. Obviously, you need to go to, the Sales Hub, right? Because we're talking about sales. Then you need to go to App Settings, and then there's something that is called Product Catalog Settings, right? That's right over here. This Product Catalog Settings right over here. And then you can see here on the bottom that there is that yes/no button, where if you want to turn that on, obviously you want to set that to yes, and then people can just start using that. The email templates. So this is going to be so much easier because now you can just select that email template from that gallery almost that is showing. So there's a lot of benefit because it kind of shows us a list of all of the available email templates, and then we can just go ahead and scroll up and down, and then we can click on that and then preview that template. And I'll show you that as well. So it's kind of nice, like I said, to be able to very quickly now go through that. You can search for them as well, obviously, but if you don't know the name, that was kind of a problem, right, in the beginning. Or I should say before we had these email templates, a lot of times people were like, well, I don't know what it's called, so how am I going to be able to find it? Well, now you don't have to because you can just scroll up or down. And also, as you can see on the screenshot, it also kind of recognizes, right, your recently used templates as well. And you can now also turn on the Kanban view for activities, and that's kind of what this is showing. So it's really a simplified process to create or to complete, edit, like all of those steps right from here within that Kanban view. So it's a very nice visual, and I also like the fact that you can just go ahead and drag an activity into a different status, for example, right? And what happens is then, for example, maybe I have an open activity that I want to complete. what it actually does then is you're going to get a little pop-up window that basically is that close window, right? So it's just going to allow you to close that activity. And this ability actually allows users to create a PDF document from a Word template. So what happens is we've already had Word templates for a while, right, where we can basically have data from Dynamics 365, and then we can, right, allow the users to push data from Dynamics 365 in that template and then show that as a PDF. We could also create an email record with that PDF attached. But what you can do now is now you have the ability to actually share it into SharePoint without having to save it first and then save it to SharePoint yourself. So that's a big one as well. And then this is kind of the same that we saw with opportunities. So we also now have that Kanban view for opportunities as well. And this wasn't working first when I turned it on, all of this stuff in February, but it is all working now. So the thing you have to kind of understand is what I had to do back when I added this stuff is you actually have to enable this on the opportunity entity. Now, I wrote, I think, 3 or 4 articles about all of the new features, and I also have videos on that on my website. So if you go to my website and you search for 2020 Release Wave 1, you're going to be able to take a look at all those videos and all those articles. And there's a lot more detail there because obviously I don't have to jam all of that in 1 hour, right? So if you want to take a look at that, feel free to do that as well. Okay, so let's go back here. And I already have a forecast open because I don't want you guys to have to wait for my screen to load. So this is kind of what I was talking about, right? So one thing that we can do here is where we can add that adjustment, right? You can see here there's a little pencil icon that I have here. So if I want to put in an adjustment, I'm going to say $30,000. I can put a note here. And then I can just go ahead and adjust that. And that's going to, as you can see, it updates it immediately. And if I want to go back in here and kind of take a look at that history, you can see that I can do that. And I can even reset that as well if that's something that I wanted to go ahead and do. Now, if I actually click on this, you can see that let me actually click on myself over here. You can see that it shows me those underlying records, right? All of my opportunities here, I can update these values, the estimated revenues, etc. And I can also show this as that Kanban, right? And then I can expand that. And now I can go ahead and start dragging some of these things, into these different buckets, so to speak. So that's kind of what you can do let me just close out of this. With these forecasts, and then you can kind of work on them, like you see, very easily. Now, the team member app, I wanted to show you that real quick where that is. So that's just this app that gets installed when you turn those features on, right? The 2020 Release Wave 1. And that's that screenshot that I showed you guys earlier. But this is where that is. I also wanted to show you, let me go here to activities and show you that Kanban view here as well. So I have that enabled. Here we go. And you can see here, this is actually by status, right? Open, you can see here, open activities completed, canceled, scheduled. So if I just go ahead and I'm just gonna go ahead and put this in my completed, you could see this pop-up window, right? Now I can change, okay, what was this canceled or completed? And then I can just go ahead and close that. And also, if I want to now create a new activity from here, you can see those activity types up top here. I can just click here on phone call, and that just brings up this window right directly on top of that, right? Which is kind of nice. I can just go ahead and fill this out, and then I can just save and close that. So let's just go ahead and do that. Call to a datum, and I can put in a due date here as well. Let's just say that's going to be due here, 8 a.m., sure. And then I can just go ahead and save that, and that will go, again, into that view of my activities. Okay, let's see what else we have. Email templates. So let's just go back here to that A Datum Corporation account. Oops, and let's just go ahead and select create a new email. Just going to give it a sec here. And here's my insert template. And this is what's new, right? So I can very quickly just click on this on a template. Let me just do an account reconnect, and then I can see what it's going to look like, right? It's just who knows whom. Marketing subscription. Okay, if I like that, I can just go ahead and apply that, and then I can just go ahead and send that off. So you can see that that's very easy to do that. Now let's take a look at opportunities. You just go here to new lead, sure. And let me show you that how we can add opportunity products. Let's just go over here. And here is that button. And that will now pull up, as you can see. Here we go. Here are now, this is that window, right? Which allows me very quickly to add things. See, I can just go ahead and click the little plus button and I can update that, right? The totals. I can also kind of click here on this information, right? This little information button over here, and that gives me those. Now they actually added unit group, default unit, and primary unit as well, as you can see. So they're constantly updating this stuff, obviously, as well. And then lastly, let me just go ahead and, let me just go ahead and show you if we create that PDF from a Word document. I'm going to say RSM quote. It's now ready. Do you want to save it in SharePoint? I want to save it in SharePoint. And obviously you need to have SharePoint obviously integrated, right? Otherwise it's not going to work. But that's all you have to do. So you just click that button and then it's just going to go ahead and save that to SharePoint for you. So that's easy way to do that. All right, so let's move on here to customer service. So IoT now has actually also come to customer service. This was previously more a part of the field service component, right, in Dynamics 365, but in this release, Microsoft is coming out with the connected customer service by fully integrating IoT diagnostics, device updates, and case management. Now, using connected customer service, users will have the ability to now convert IoT alerts to case records. They can also configure commands, and they also have the ability to actually submit a command to the customer's device. And that's kind of what this looks like, right? So you can kind of see that I can very quickly send that, right? That's on the button right over here. And then I can just go ahead and send that out. This took me a little bit to get this working in my instance. I actually had to turn off what was it, a particular search. And then I had to leave that off for 24 hours, then turn it back on, and that made it work. I have this, again, all on my website, some of the things, how to configure it, and troubleshooting as well if it's not working right away. So feel free to take a look at that as well. What this is really allowing us, this is a one-pager that allows us to search for and review knowledge articles. So it's kind of nice to be able to look at those knowledge articles outside of the context of a case, right? I don't have to be in a case to look and review those articles. So that's kind of what that is. So I'll show you that in a demo shortly as well. This is what that looks like, right? I have, I'm searching for travel, and it was really quick as well when you're doing that search. So it's searching for the travel, and then obviously if you have pictures and stuff in there as well, it's going to be able to show those obviously as well. And then I can even pop that out or send a URL to that particular knowledge base article. Because you can configure this. If you're using a Microsoft portal, you can obviously send that URL. But if you're using a different portal, maybe you're using your own portal, you can configure that URL as well, which is nice. And I'm very stoked about this one because we thought we were going to get that the last time, and then they kind of pushed it out. But this is now available. So we're going to have customizable dialogues now for the case resolution form. And there's 3 different ones. So honestly, there's really 2 different ones, right? Because the non-customizable dialogue, that's what we have right now. So you probably don't want to use that anymore. So that dialog box is really that little pop-up window, right, that comes up. So the customizable dialogue is also a pop-up window, but this one obviously is customizable. But if you prefer something else like the quick create form, you can use that one as well. So those 2 options are available And then you can also configure this in the service management area under service configuration. So we just talked about the team member license app for sales, and this is where I kind of want to talk about the one for customer service, because it's probably not what you expect, because this app is intended for scenarios where the app user is the actual client. So that means that they can create tickets, they can read and update cases they created, but regarding to them. So it's not regarding if you have a customer service rep that works with your clients and that's resolving their cases. That's not what this is. This is tickets created for themselves. Think about a help desk ticket. Hey, I have an issue. It's being sent to my internal help desk or whatever customer service group, whatever, right? Employees customer service group. And then that's all that is. So keep that in mind. Now, when you turn on the 2020 release wave 1, this is not going to be installed automatically. So you have to actually install this app from the Dynamics 365 Admin Center. And there's some docs out there, right? Docs.microsoft.com, where they actually go through how you can install that particular app. But keep that in mind, right? So it's not like for people that want to resolve cases on behalf of your organization. This is a tiny one. This just means that right, as we previously announced, customers are going to need to migrate to the unified interface at some point in time, because Microsoft is going to get rid of the other one. And the customer service hub solution will then be automatically installed in all the environments in this particular release. So if you didn't know yet, that's just going to be automatically installed going forward. So if you navigate to the service management area in the customer service hub, you're going to see that routing rules and automatic record creation and update rules are now going to be accessible through the unified interface. And you can find them under the case settings section. Now, SLAs have also been enabled for the unified interface, and they can obviously be found under the service terms section under SLAs, right? Now, you got to keep in mind, and I'm actually writing an article about SLAs this weekend, and that will come out on Tuesday. It's not just a move, right? There's some new features in there, and it's too much for me to kind of explain right now. That's why I have my article coming out about SLAs. The main thing is that the logic is now going to be done in Power Automate. So you kind of have to, for some of these items, you kind of want to go in there and configure that. It's really not hard. Again, I'm doing a video on this as well in the SLAs and how to configure that that flow for that. Currently, there is a bug with those automatic record creation rules. So I'm working with Microsoft on that, because I have a setup where I have a mailbox that people can email into, and then it will automatically create that case, right? Look for, hey, do I have this email address in my database? Is it a customer account, or is it a customer contact? And then it will create that, automatically create that case for them. Or if it's not in there, maybe we want to automatically create a contact record. So that's not working right now. But again, I'm working with Microsoft on that as well. So keep that in mind as well. So there is another entity, the site entity is now available in the customer service hub as well, and that's really used to define customer service locations. Now, again, we also, if you look at field service, we also have a different entity that's called facility. So I'm still trying to kind of see where this fits, but I think the site entity is more for customer service versus, right, the facility is more for field service. So again, my guess is that that's kind of the difference. So again, well, routing rules don't really use Power Automate today. So what I said earlier as well, though the configurations for record creation and update rules and SLAs, both of those are now going to happen in Power Automate. So the way that works is that when you're creating that SLA, and you're setting up your SLA items, et cetera, and you're saving your SLA item, that's when the system creates that Power Automate flow, right, based on your configurations. And that's kind of what you see in here as well. This is very similar look to the SLAs. right? You can go ahead and set that up, put your conditions in, and then you save that, and then you click on Save and Open Power Automate, and that's where you're going to go ahead and update that flow for yourself. And this works again the same way that it does it for SLAs. You're going to see the similar button there as well. So when you're doing SLAs, and also obviously the automatic creation rules, but both of them have some predefined steps in there, and it also says in there, please do not delete those steps. Now again, this is an older screenshot, so it doesn't say it on here, but when you go in there, it says it in there, don't delete it, don't change it, right? This one says do not delete or update this particular step, but you can open those steps, and then you can just go ahead and you can start configuring them as well, right? But just make sure that where it says don't edit or delete or update, make sure you don't actually do that, because otherwise obviously it's gonna break, right? Now the queues, this was a little bit, I wasn't sure what update they did for the queues, but it's actually the ability that we got with contacts and accounts that we can kind of do very quick jumping from one queue to the other one, and I'll show you what I mean by that shortly as well. Now, we also now have enhanced email. So this wasn't available first in the sales. This was only available, in the sales hub, but now obviously we're going to have this in the customer service hub as well. And it was kind of funny because one of my fellow MVPs actually noticed that, hey, I turned this on in the sales hub, and then it turned on enhanced email for all the entities. So not just for the sales hub, but also for field service and for PSA and customer service. So, but we're just happy that this is out there now, because it's so much easier to create those emails, right, when in this new window. And you can also navigate away, right? If you need to navigate to other sections of Dynamics 365, you can do that, and it just keeps that email compose window open, which is kind of nice. Okay, so let's dive into the customer service piece of that. And first thing I'm going to show you is, let me actually go back here to service. And the first thing I want to show you is this knowledge search. So I'm just going to go ahead and search for travel. And you can see how fast it is, right? I really like that. So you can just go ahead and click on that. And you can see here, I can give it a rating here, and I can see how many views this particular article has had so far. And then I can pop this out. I can copy the URL, or I can go ahead and send that URL. So you can do all of that from within this knowledge search page. But it's kind of nice, I feel, that you have the full page, and again, you don't have to open a case to be able to access your knowledge search articles. Okay, now let's take a look. I'm going to go to service management, and we can see here we have service configuration settings. We have customer service configuration settings. So let's go into service configuration settings. This is where you can turn some of this stuff excuse me, on. This is, for example, where you're going to select which resolve case dialog you want to use, right? I have, as you can see, my quick create dialog, but you can also use your customizable dialog. And the standard dialog, obviously, is the one that we have today that most people are not very happy with, right? Because they can't really configure that. So this is where you kind of do that. And if I look here under service level agreements, this is now obviously, right, the SLAs that we can now access. Let me just go ahead and open this guy. I probably need to deactivate it. I'm going to deactivate it. Right, so this is an SLA that I actually set up. I'm just going to go ahead and go to my first response. Let me just open up my SLA item. So it looks a little bit different. And the KPI field, excuse me, used to be on the actual SLA itself, and they moved that to the SLA item, which is nice because that means you can have different KPIs and different trigger fields per SLA item. So I would definitely recommend reading my article where I'm really explaining all of that. This is, if I click on configure actions here, this is my flow, right? What I talked about. So it's now opening Here we go, Power Automate, and it's taking you directly in that related flow. And you can see here it says do not delete or update, do not delete or update. So you're not going to touch these. The only thing you're going to have to do here is click that button that says continue, and then these things appear. And this is, you can see here it says if it's nearing non-compliance, what are we going to do? So I configured these steps here. So I'm going to update a record, I'm going to get a record, and I'm going to send an email. So I'm just going to update my case record, right, to a different status. And then I'm going to look for the owner of that case so I can plug that person's name in here and then send that email notification. So this is how you can do that. And again, it's not too hard to go ahead to do that. So let me go back here to my SLA. I'm just going to go ahead and close that. And let me just show you here the customer service is now over here. So this is where you can really set your times, right? When is my customer service department working? What are their working hours? And you can assign those to those server level agreements as well. So now the other thing that's a little bit different from creating SLAs is you have to set up your SLA KPIs first. If you don't do that, you're not going to be able to create SLAs. And there's a field on the SLA that's that entity. Let me just go ahead and open this up. This primary entity, that will just be blank, which is kind of weird because I'm first, like I said, I was trying to create those SLAs and I'm like, is that an error that the primary entity field is blank? So you have to first create those SLA KPI items, and then you need to go into inactive ones, and then you need to, then you need to go ahead and activate them. And then you're going to be able to create your SLAs or start working on those. Okay, let's move forward here. So now let's talk about Dynamics 365 field service. So you probably all know, if you're familiar with incident types, basically what incident types is, they're a way for an organization to standardize work. So this means that, services and parts, all that stuff that's needed to complete work can be attached to an incident type. I usually tell customers like incident type is kind of a work order template, right? That has all of those different services attached and all of those different products attached. So incident type AI is really looking at the incident types, and then it's also looking at completed work orders, and it's looking at, what was the duration and which products were used and all of that good stuff. And then it's actually going to give you suggestions, right, on those things. So that's kind of what that is. And obviously it looks at historical data, right, of all of those completed work orders. And then we also have IoT alerts, or I should say IoT alerts, AI-based suggestions. So this is very similar, right? So we have these IoT alerts come into the system, and that really, it helps to have the system kind of provide suggestions on how to treat the alert. So for example, maybe it's suggesting a priority, or it's suggesting an incident type, right? It's seeing that, hey, every time we had this particular alert, we had this particular incident type, and then created a work order for that. Of course, and that those are obviously also looking at the historical and past actions. I think this is pretty big, right? We already saw this, that Power Automate flows are now going to take over a lot of what workflows are doing. So we saw that just now with SLAs, and we saw that with automatic creation rules. But we're also going to see that in other areas of Dynamics 365. So for example, agreements, right? So that's also going to leverage Power Automate flows for that maintenance. So it's going to be a lot less heavy on CE, which is kind of nice. And then obviously, Microsoft Intune is a cloud-based service that really focuses on mobile device management and application management. And now administrators can roll out the field service mobile application using Intune to their iOS and Android field technicians by using that standard Intune infrastructure and controls. So that's going to be, that's a very nice feature as well, obviously, for the field service folks. This feature provides integration between Dynamics 365 supply chain management and Dynamics 365 field service. So this is going to be for warehouse, payment type, shipment method, and customer asset as well, I believe. And it leverage obviously the common data model and common data service. So this is kind of where we're starting with, and I'm just guessing that they're going to go ahead and add a lot to that later on as well. But this is kind of the start for that. And this is going to be a complete new version for the schedule board, which is kind of cool. I saw a demo a couple of weeks ago, and it's looking really, really nice. There's also, I believe, on CRM Weekly Tips or whatever it was called, I forgot, but those guys actually did a demo on the schedule board as well, and it was very nice to kind of be able to see how that's going to work. The performance is a lot better. You can kind of see that it loads very quickly as well. So, and I can't wait to kind of be able to turn that on. I haven't had a chance yet to review that. So, and that public preview, it says here April 2020. So I'm not sure if that's still the correct date. I believe it does say that on the Microsoft Docs site. Now, this is kind of interesting because the enhanced work hours calendar, in my opinion, really kind of needed that facelift, because if you realize that this calendar hasn't been touched since CRM version 3.0, then you probably agree with me that this was about time, right? So there is really not the way it works is still the same, but it's just a new simplified experience for maintaining these work calendars for resources, right? And it's just a little, it's just better, it's more modern. And I just wanted to show that to you guys as well. So I'll show that in the demo as well, so you can kind of see what that looks like. But it definitely looks a lot better now that we have it in a unified interface. And so the requirement dependencies, if you're using field service with that RSO, that resource scheduling optimization engine, then that's when you can start using requirement dependencies. So for people who are not using RSO, this is not going to do anything for you, because again, it's just for RSO. So what this does is this is really going to be for scenarios where certain work maybe has to be completed in a particular order. So maybe a technician might have to install an electrical connection first before installing an alarm system. And those might be two separate work orders, right? What you can do with those requirement dependencies is they allow you to set that up in a specific order. They, excuse me. So what we can do is we can relate them through a predecessor and a successor dependency. And that really allows us to schedule them that particular way. But again, this is only going to be supported by resource scheduling optimization, right? So keep that in mind. And also, obviously, this currently only works for one resource for a single day scenario. So if you're using, right, I have a work order that's going over 5 days, it's not going to obviously work for that. Dynamics 365 for field service now also comes with an out-of-the-box Power BI dashboard, and with resource and utilization type of data in there. Now, if you want to access that dashboard, you're just going to have to navigate to the resources area in the Dynamics 365 field service app, and then you're going to be able to view that under the analytics section. Now, if you have a license for resource scheduling optimization as well, then there's two additional dashboards that are going to be available, and one of them is called RSO Admin, and the other one is the optimization summary. So, and the other thing that Ben Vollmer actually told me last time I talked to him was that what they're planning is that Microsoft is probably going to release the PBIX files, those Power BI files. So that means that then you're going to actually start tweaking these reports for your own environments as well. So that's going to be pretty cool if that's actually going to happen. So. And you probably heard, or you probably even worked with inspections by Resco, right? So Microsoft is coming out with its own inspections type of functionality. Now, according to the Microsoft documentation, inspections should be available for public preview in April 2020, but I haven't seen anything yet. So I'm guessing that they kind of pushed that out. So after I kind of was reading about it, it looks like it's going to be similar functionality as Resco's inspections. But obviously that's just, I don't know, right? I haven't seen it yet. So I can't wait to kind of be able to dig into that. But it's kind of interesting to know that Microsoft is building their own. And this is another feature that we waited for a long time. We've asked for this for a while. So we're now going to be able to use timesheets with Dynamics 365 Field Service. And it's interesting to know that this actually utilizes the same entity that's used with Dynamics 365 Project Service. So you don't need to have Project Service installed, but it's that same entity, which is great because if you're an organization that's using both Field Service and Project Service automation, right, it's the same entities through both of those applications, or right, in Dynamics 365. So obviously we're going to be able to capture timesheets for work orders, and this is going to be after a work order obviously has been completed. So you configure the field service, we can configure, gosh, I can't even talk anymore. We can configure field service to create these timesheets automatically from booking timestamps, or we can have the techs manually create those timesheets. So you can configure this by going to the settings area, obviously in the field service app. And then under the general section, you're going to have to go to field service settings, and then you have to open the field service settings record. And that's where a time entry tab is, where you can access that configuration. And there's a lot of that configuration directly on there. So there's different ways, right, to set this up. So you can have automatic time entries. So as a work order's booking status changes as work is performed, right? So this is like traveling and in progress and on break, right? All of that. The system automatically then creates timestamp records each time the booking status change occurs, right? Once the booking status is changed to completed, the system automatically creates time entries from those timestamps that I just mentioned. So when the work order status, or that system status, right, not the booking status, the work order system status, when that's set to close posted, the actual records are automatically created based on the previously created time entries, right? And keep in mind that those actuals actually represent the cost of the field tech's time. Now, manually is just that, right? You can just enter time manually. You're going to navigate to the service area in the field service app, and then you're just going to add your own time entries. And then lastly, the time off request. When a user actually creates that time off request, the system is automatically going to create a time entry record in Dynamics 365 Field Service. Now, keep in mind that if a resource is actually configured to need approval for time off request, the time entry will need to be approved first, obviously, right? And if you make a change or to the date or the duration of the time off request, the time entry will automatically be updated. And that goes both ways, by the way. So when a time off request is created in the field service mobile app, the system will automatically create the time entry after the data is synchronized, obviously, right? Because otherwise you can't really do it yet. So that's what that is. Then in this release, admins have the ability to configure field service to create timestamps at a more granular level. So currently, timestamps are created when a field service status changes. And with this new feature, we have the ability to configure the system to create timestamps when a booking status occurs. And everybody's probably going to go like, what the heck are you talking about? Okay, so let me explain. Booking statuses are the statuses that the field techs pick from when they update their booking. So if you look at this screenshot, this booking status record, you're going to see that there's an associated field service status for each individual record, right? So in the screenshot, there are two booking statuses that have the related like in progress field service status associated with them. And that's the working and the area setup booking statuses, right? So that's really what we can configure. Do we want those timestamps to be created when each time they select a different booking status, right? So then if I change from area setup, I'm going to create one, and I'm going to create one for working, or are we going to stick to the field service status, which means that if I change from area setup to working, they're both in progress. So that's just one, right? So that's kind of how that works. Right, so here's a scenario. I kind of set this already, right? A field service tech changes their status to area setup and then 15 minutes later to working. Do we want to create a timestamp when the field service status changes? That's one. Or do we want to create a timestamp when the booking status changes, because then it's two, right? That's kind of what that is. Now, here's where you can configure that timestamp frequency. So again, you can see that you need to go to the field service settings, and then you can just go ahead, and this is a drop-down field where it says, right, per booking status change, or the other option that we just mentioned. And then we also have new auto numbering function. And this was kind of funny because I didn't see this in the release note. This was just something that I ran into. So I haven't turned this on yet. So this is just my pop-up screen actually showed me all of this data. So I figured, let me just go ahead and throw this on a slide. Again, I haven't really played around with this yet. So you might want to go ahead and take a look at that as well. And then lastly, this just came out yesterday. So Microsoft actually released a new field service mobile app, which is built on the Power Platform as a model-driven app. So that means that probably not right now, because there's still a lot of work that has to be done to this app, but it's out now. You have to be on field service version 8.8.22 and up, which my instance was not upgraded to that particular level yet, so I couldn't test it. But I did want to show this and share this with you guys, and definitely take a look at that website as well, so you can kind of read about it and what they're planning to do with it and what they're seeing, right, what's going to happen with that, the roadmap. So I would definitely take a look at that. So let's just go into my last demo here. I'm just going to go into field service here. Okay, let's just give it a second. And I'm just going to go to resources. I'm going to show you a couple of different things. I want to show you the reports. This is a new report. I don't have RSO installed on here, so I just have this one. I don't have the other two. But this is that, there we go, Power BI report that we just talked about. And then you can just kind of go, okay, I want to take a look at this data, last 3 years, months. You can even take a look at particular resource type, or one particular resource, or a particular booking status, right? And then you can start playing around with some of this data. There we go. And then you can kind of take a look at some resource correction analysis. I can just even click on this and then kind of filter that out, as you can see over here. So this is kind of cool. I really liked this. So now let me also go ahead and pick a resource here, and then I can show you that calendar as well. So this is that calendar, right, from the perspective of that resource. And I can drill into this, and let's say I want to edit this, all the events. And now you can see here, I can just go ahead and pick those dates, and then I can set those times as well, and the capacity obviously here as well. And I can add, this is just all times, right, from 8 to 6. And then I can just say, if I say she's working on Sunday or not, this is kind of how you do that. So this is a lot nicer, I feel. Oh, go ahead, and I can just get out of there. Let me see the other thing that I wanted to show you guys here. And let me go ahead and show you, if we go into settings, where some of those settings are. So you go here to the settings area, you go to field service settings, and then you're going to open this particular record. So here's my timestamp frequency, right? How did I want to set that up per booking status change or per field service status change? I want it very granular, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So that's kind of where you can you can put that in there. And let me see, the time entry configuration is over here. So this is, okay, how do we want to start generating these time entries? We talked about that, right? Do we want the system to auto-generate them once that field service work order has been completed, or do we want to do that manually? And then here is obviously, again, some cost accruals source. Again, do we want to do that on work order time approval, or do we want to do that from the booking journals on the post of the work order? This is what I was just telling you about, right? If we want to do that on posting, we can do that, but we can even create those actuals earlier by setting them to work order time entry approval. So we can do that as well, right? The time entries are being approved, and then after that, I'm going to create my actuals. So that's where you kind of set that. And let me just go back here, field service setting. I believe there was another, here's my SLA configuration, by the way, if you wanted to know where that is, that's on there as well. And I thought I had another setting on here as well. Field service setting, field service settings. Here it is. Oh, I thought it was on the thing itself. Okay, so again, here, this is how you can opt in to that new auto numbering function. So if you click on that, this is everything that I had on that slide, right? So you can kind of take a look at this. It does tell you that you want to make sure that you do this when nobody's actually in the system, right? Because it's going to take a little bit, right? You can see that over here. While opting in, creation of new records might fail. It's highly advised that opting in take place while there's no activity on the organization. So you probably want to do this when nobody's in the system, because it takes a little bit for that to be done. And then lastly, this is where the timesheets are. I'm actually going to go into my other environment, because let me see here. I think I have some timesheets in here. This is my sandbox. Let me take a look. Here are my time entries. And as you can see here, this is actually a time entry that got created from a time off request, right? So it's submitted. I can just go in here and then I can just go ahead and approve that. And these are the ones that were created when that particular work order, as you can see here, was completed. So it just created, right, 47 minutes for work, and then break, work, travel. And this is, again, related to the timestamps that are on that work order. Okay, that was all I had for you guys. So I'm glad we were able to stay exactly within the time frame. Like I said, feel free to check out my blog. I post every Tuesday. This coming Tuesday, like I said, I'm doing an article about the SLAs and a unified interface and how to configure that. It's a little bit different, obviously, than that we're used to. So I figured let me do an article on that. Are there any questions? We still have 3 minutes left, so.
Thank you so much, Dion. That
Sure.
was a really, really, jam-packed session. I'm sure that it's bursting with this, from the seams with lots of knowledge. So thank you for sharing that with us today. It doesn't seem as though people have questions. I think people are just happy to see lots of new enhancements that they can use to improve the experience of the application. So Bobby Chang says that you are rapid fire, Dion. And Auntie, and Ambesh and Bala are all saying that thank you very much. It was a really good session. So thanks again, Dion, for that great session. It really complements today's sessions very well. And and you know where to find Dion in future, D365 Goddess, as her blog on Twitter as well, and you can find her on LinkedIn. And remember, so Tricia and Victor are inviting you to Florida as well to speak there. So that's a Caribbean 365 Saturday. So that's just been reminded by Victor that if you want to meet Dion in person, as well as Victor and Tricia, then definitely come to that event. It's been rescheduled to October, so we're hoping it's going to be a fantastic event. So thanks again, Dion. And now next up, it's actually Tricia again. So Tricia will be joining us again to deliver a session on an end-to-end experience of customer insights with Omni-Channel. And let's hand it over to Tricia.
Hello?
Hi, Tricia. Perfect timing. You're always on the dot. Fantastic.
Okay, great. I didn't hear anyone, so I thought, wasn't sure what was going on.
We're all waiting for you, Trish.
Oh, no pressure. Okay, hold on. Let me close this and over here. Cool. So let me share my screen. Okay, let me know when you can see my screen.
We can see it.
Okay, great. Okay, cool. So hi again. I'm going to provide an overview of customer insights. My name is Tricia Sinclair, and I am a D365 pre-sale solutions consultant from DXC Technology. I specialize in, well, to be honest, customer data platforms, business applications, and Azure DevOps. So if you do want to reach out to me for any of those reasons, these are my social details. I mainly blog about DevOps and Omni-Channel, but I will be blogging a bit more about customer insights in the next year. So please follow me on any of these socials. So if you've got any questions during the presentation, please feel free to stop me and ask. Or ping them in the chat window and we can get to them at the end. Totally happy to do that. Okay, I kind of like an interactive discussion. The focus of today is really about an overview of customer insights. And the demo that I'm going to be doing is really tailored towards the financial sector. But I'm going to be explaining and providing other ideas as to where customer insights could be used and how it could be used as well. Okay, so first of all, we're going to talk about the customer data platform. What exactly is it? How is it different to CRM and traditional analytic tools? And then we're going to be going into customer insights and then providing a product demonstration and also then providing a recap. By the way, can you see me? I should share my video. Let me share my video so you can actually see who I am as I talk. It will help. There you go. Yay. Hi, everyone. Okay, let's continue. Cool. So, and then we'll finally recap. So, moving on. Let's start with the traditional CRM model. So, hopefully we're all familiar with CRM, dynamic CRM, per se, made up of several different modules, and each of these modules kind of serving a different purpose. So, you've got sales, customer service, marketing, and field service. Now, what it does do is it stores first-party data. So, for example, it's going to store my sales, my opportunities, my leads. It's going to store like my case management information, the different cases, etc., my work orders, all that stuff. That's what it's storing. What it's not storing is other information with regards to, like I visited a bank today, or I, went into the store, or my visits, or, I've done this on, so it's not storing that. Now, when we talk about traditional CRM, as a pre-sales consultant, I do tend to say, oh, CRM, it gives you that true 360-degree view of your customer. But does it really do that if you don't have the data in your system? It doesn't. That requires you to integrate that data for you to then have that true 360-degree view. So it's not a true CRM is not a true, it's not going to give you a true representation of a holistic view of your customer. Okay. It's going to give you some information. It's going to give you like what you have in the system. Okay. Now, but it's not going to give you that unified customer profile view that you're looking for. It's also not going to contain all the different sources of information, because invariably in a company, you do have other systems. You've got your core banking systems, you've got your other marketing system. You could have, for example, Marketo, not D365 marketing. So these are different systems. If you don't have it integrated in Dynamics, you're missing out on information or metrics that you could then use to enhance your business, right? So that's traditional CRM. Traditional CRM, first-party information. It stores a limited amount unless you've got it integrated to other systems and you're pulling data into CRM. Now, the tricky thing with that is, of course, we have to consider that with CRM, you pay for your storage. So the more data that you have in CRM, you're paying for that. So it's probably not advisable to bring everything into CRM. On top of that, it's actually not meant for that, okay? So how do we actually solve that problem? Because most companies, if not all, want that true customer 360. They want to know everything about their customer, and I can't blame them. You want to know this so you can improve your services towards them. You want to improve your offers, you know, and you want to improve your company as well. So getting that true representation of your customer, that 360-degree view, is important. So how do we get there? Right? We've got different types of data, first of all, that we need to factor in. Behavioral, such as, you know, how long have I actually been with a particular company? Do I prefer this to that? You've also got transactional. You've got you know, the different your web visits, your purchases, your applications or quotations, etc. But you've also got your demographic data, such as obviously your location, your gender, who you are as an individual, right? That can then be used to identify trends of grouping for your particular demographic. So from that, we can then do customer profiling. We can understand holistically the different behavior between groups of people that are in your particular demographic. And we can then tailor our different services for people that are like you. You know, so that's going to apply for marketing, sales, and service, improving each of those different areas. You've also got the ability to create that unique buyer journey, because we can now say, well, we know that if you do this, more than likely, that means that these are your next best actions, right? But we won't be able to get there if we don't have the necessary information. We can then take it further, because we've now got that data to add on top of that machine learning. Okay, so what does this mean? And what do I mean by a customer data platform? Now, customer data platform is effectively where we can centralize data and bring in data from different systems and different sources into one space, and then that allows us to do all of this. It allows us to profile, analyze, and get insights from that data by bringing them in to one area, into one source. Okay, so that is effectively the customer data platform, and that exactly is what Customer Insights provides. Right. So Customer Insights is Microsoft's customer data platform that has been built to allow us to get that holistic view of customers. Then we can use that to get insights, analyze the data, and then act upon it. Okay, we can then even extend it using machine learning or artificial intelligence, so we can then improve our services to customers. Okay, and because it's actually built on top of Microsoft Azure, we can then leverage all the different security features that are already there. So we don't have to then build it all ourselves. Because to be honest, if we look at it, if we are going to do what Customer Insights already does, you're going to have a lot of man hours and manpower, and it's going to be very expensive, because you've got to factor in security, you've got to factor in the different data sources, it's going to be a lot of code, and especially trying to make sure that it can tackle all the data sources. It's a lot. Okay, so effectively how I see Customer Insights, it's a low-code data platform, right? I don't have to do the work because it's already been done for me. Okay, so looking at it from getting the data in to acting on it, obviously we can get different data from different sources, internal or external, things like LinkedIn or visits or events, loyalty cards, etc., or even like my actual data that I've got in the system already, my point of sales transactions, bringing it in to ingest it, identify the different matching rules, match that data, merge it, and then enrich it using the demographic data that we've got. We can then use that to get insights using different analytics tools, Power BI, or even within Customer Insights itself to identify trends, and then build on top of that with machine learning models. Okay, we can then leverage the Power Platform to then access that data, access the insights that we've built, and then improve based upon the different channels of engagement that we've already got. Okay, so that's pretty much what Customer Insights in a nutshell really allows us to do. So if we just recap on that, Customer Insight, how is that different from traditional customer analytics? Well, with traditional analytics, so for example, like your Power BI data, warehouse data, in your data lakes, this is typically something that you need to sit down, you need to understand what the customer is asking for. It's going to take a lot of time because you need to understand all the different data sources. It's going to probably take a while to implement. It does require you to have knowledge of those different areas. I need to know how to build a data lake, data warehouse, Power BI. I need to understand all of that, right? On top of that, compliance, which is kind of like your security, ensuring that depending on the rules of the business, for some reason, is something that is often thought of towards the end of a project, and then invariably you run back to fix things. It really depends on the industry and the company that you're in. Then you've also got Customer Insights, and versus you've got Customer Insights. Now with Customer Insights, it is a complete software as a solution service that is already built on top of proven technology. Okay, so it's built on top of a very secure network provided by Microsoft. They take care of the servers, they take care of the security, which means that you don't have to invest in that. You're investing in that complete product. Okay, it's basically a low-code solution, which means that, again, the only requirement for you is that you need to understand the data. So if you understand your data, you can configure Customer Insights. You don't need to understand data warehouse or data lakes because you're not exposed to that. Okay, so the time to implement this is much quicker. Okay, and you can then get value from it, improving your return on investment. Okay, so once we've actually brought all this data in together, that then allows us to analyze our data using native connectors that we've got with the Power Platform, such as Power BI, where we can utilize the connector to then get reports and build our own custom reports. We can then utilize the standard connector that's also available in Power Apps to then create Power Apps, and I'm going to be giving you some examples of where we've done this. So you can also use a native connector that's available through Power BI, Power Automate, to then generate different alerts. Now, the alert to the connector that you've got in Power BI is mainly around, it allows you to access the different entities, etc. And I'm going to be giving you an example of where I have created a Power. So what I've done is I've created some segments, and we're going to be going into this. I've created some segments inside of my Customer Insights environment, pull the data in, and I'm going to be showing you where I've done that. And those segments are basically my different offerings, right? So I, as a retail bank, want to, provide some offers, some preferential rates to special customers of mine, right? And I've created that. Now, my customer is then going to go to my portal, and they're going to interact with me using Power Virtual Agent, which is then going to call my Power Automate flow, interact directly with Customer Insights, identify that I am a part of a particular segment, and bring back that offer to me. I will then have the option of opting into that offer or not. I will choose, however, to escalate it to an agent, and using Omni-Channel Engagement Hub, I'll be able to see the data that's been pulled in from customer insights, allowing me to have a more personalized conversation with that agent. I'm going to create an appointment. I'm going to set an appointment. That appointment, it means that I need to go into the bank or the branch. I'm then going to open my Power app, which is also my meet and greet application, and I'll be able to use the Power app connector in that to not only see the list of customers, but I'll be able to select my customer that is now coming into the bank and see his list of transactions and his most recent appointments, etc. I'm also going to be able to see the offers that he has available that's been pulled in from the segments. Then we're also going to be looking at the Power BI dashboard. That's also making use of the connector as well. So those are the different areas that we're going to be jumping into. And as I mentioned before, it's mainly focused around an example of how it could be used in the finance industry. Any questions before I jump into the demo? Okay, cool. So if we start off from here. So let's start off from the customer screen. Now, this is my Customer Insights homepage. Well, my Customer Insights customer page. Now, the Customer Insights customer page just basically shows me the list of customers that are available that's been grouped together. And if I go into one of them, you'll actually see all the information that's been pulled for my particular customer record. Okay. I do have some, based on because of my location, my Wi-Fi is not exactly the best. So we'll wait for it to load. Perfect. Okay, so having a look at this is effectively an example of the customer information that's being pulled. This information has been brought together from different data sources, a core banking system, my CRM system, my telephone system. Okay, but from that, I can actually get information, standard information about my customer, demographic information, their location, etc. I can get transactional information. For example, I know that they've had one phone call, but they've logged 6 cases. And if they had banking transactions as well, it would appear here. And I've also enriched my data to identify their affiliations, their potential interests or their potential brands based upon the information and what we've got about this customer. Okay. Now, if I go back. Yeah. Okay, so where is this information coming from? This information is coming because, as I mentioned, I brought this in from different data sources, namely this. Now, the data sources utilize connectors. So the connectors are very similar to the Power Automate connectors. In fact, it's actually built by the same team. However, it's actually a subset of the connectors that's available within Power Automate. So not all the connectors that you've got in Power Automate will be available here. It's a subset. However, if you do find a data source that's missing, if you let the team know, they will evaluate it and they could potentially add it into the next release because this list has grown since the first time Customer Insights was launched. Okay, so what I've done is I've basically utilized the CDS connector, I've utilized the OData connector, and I've also utilized the Excel connector to bring that information in. But effectively, it's mimicking the different types of data that you could actually get. Right? At the moment, you can't build your own custom connector. That's another important thing to note. So another really useful thing is when you group all this information together, it creates two standard system tables by default. One is the customer table, which we're looking at now, with all the list of fields that we've used to create that customer table. So if I have a customer record in, for example, my core banking system, another customer record in my finance and operations system, and another customer record in my CRM system, what will then happen is one table will be generated with all the information made up of what's available there. You do need to specify a master record, and that's basically what's going to be saved, right? But if you wanted to see both the fields, like have both fields visible, you can also specify the settings to show that. But why have I actually brought you here? I brought you here because on top of that, you can actually see the quality of your data in effect. For example, if you're expecting everything to be populated, if I go here, for example, I'm expecting everyone to have a last name, right? And in fact, they mostly do. I think there's just one missing. And that's fine. But you can actually see, one, if there is any data missing, and you can actually see top values. So if I actually go to states, for example, you can actually see some KPIs or some standard charts available per field that you've got here. You can also then here leverage one of the different features, which is prediction, which is under the intelligence area of customer insights. I won't be able to demo this because this is only available in a production instance of customer insights. And we'll be talking about the licensing implication at the end of it, and you'll understand why I only have a trial right now, okay? So if we then move on to creating the segments. So another thing that you can actually do within customer insights is to then utilize the data that you've taken, for example, your transactional data, your demographic data, the behavioral data, and then you can actually create different segments. Now, if you're using marketing, you might be familiar with this term because a segment is effectively a grouping of information, a grouping of records based upon criteria. So I mentioned that I wanted to demonstrate the preferential, like customers, where I wanted to offer them preferential rates. So I've created 2 segments. I can now push these segments as a marketing list or as a segment into Dynamics 365. If you have marketing, if you have D365 marketing, it will be pushed in as a segment. If you don't, it'll be pushed in as a marketing list. Okay. But you'll then have visibility of it on your home page, okay? Now, I mentioned exporting the data to D365, but you can also export it to blobs or LiveRamp as well, should you choose to, and then take it further. Or you can actually export it directly using Excel, but that's not available in the destination area. Okay, so let's actually go in now to the portal and we'll start on how we can leverage the different components of the Power Platform to take advantage of these features. So let's start off with a chat. Whilst this chat comes up, I'll also let you know some of the questions I've been asked is, one, is there an ALM process for customer insights? The answer is it's coming. You do have the availability right now to create, to utilize the web API to deploy customer insights to another environment, but it's not similar to, it's not the same thing as, you know, using the standard Azure DevOps functionality, you know, where you've already got the tooling. You've just right now got the APIs that are available that you can leverage to do that. But the actual standardization that is coming. Okay, so are there any new? Here, what I'm doing is I'm interacting with the Power Virtual Agent, and now I'm going to check if there are any new offers. Got the queue wrong, but that's fine. I'm going to say it's a new offer. Great. So now it needs my details. So I'm going to say Nicholas and James. Now it's reaching out to customer insight. It's checking into the segment. So I mentioned this segment. So Nicholas James will be in one of these segments. It's pulling away to see which segment I'm in, or even if I'm not in a segment. If I'm not, it will just tell me no new offers. But if I'm found in a segment, it will give me that segment or multiple segments that I'm involved in. Okay, so if I wanted to speak with an agent, I can now say yes. Now, bear in mind, the only thing it knows about me is that I'm Nicholas James and I'm eligible for a preferential customer loan. Now it's passing me through to the agent, and that agent is going to now know, first of all, that I'm interested in the preferential rate, but also what my average spend and my total spend is. And it's pulling that from my customer profile that's been grouped together based on transactional data that's associated to me as a customer. Okay, so here, if I basically associate it with Nicholas James, right? There. And then I could actually just create a new appointment. Now, when I create a new appointment, this can then be, because this again is transactional data, this will then flow back into customer insights and be picked up by my Power App, allowing me to then have the meet and greet person that you normally have at the front of the bank saying, hi, welcome to such and such bank. How can I help you? And then they have the, you know, the tablets that they always have. Yeah, that could be a Power App that they could then leverage this information to greet you as a customer, see your transactions, see the appointments that you've actually got. And the thing is, the beauty about it is, remember, the transactions are not necessarily just in CRM. It is all the transactions that you've got, and then they can filter with it as well. So if I go here and have a look at the meet and greet app. So this is an example of the app that we've built, and I'm just looking for Nicholas because Nicholas is the one that we've brought. You can see that we've got the list of activities here. If I click on Nicholas Jacobs as an example, I can see his the list of his transactions, but I can also see that he does have he has an offer for a platinum card because he's been found in one of my segments. Okay, so if someone's checking in, I can actually see what offers they've got, so then I can act upon that and make a sale. Okay, alternatively, I can see, you know, his history. If they've got an issue, I can then drill into it and a bit further to understand what might be happening. Okay, but we're here about Nicholas James. So here, Nicholas, you can see that he has an appointment today. It's a preferential customer loan follow-up, and now I'm going to guide him to the relevant counter. Okay, so you can build this much further out. I mean, we have got plans to build this further out, but this is just an example of how the Power Platform can be leveraged. Because so far we've used Power Automate, we've used Power Virtual Agent, Omni-Channel, and Power Apps, all pulling together with Customer Insights. Now, Customer Insights also does have a D365 sales app or solution that will allow you to embed the timeline and the customer profile card inside of Dynamics already. So it does have that, but I left that out on purpose because a lot of customers and a lot of people associate Customer Insights with Dynamics, and that's not necessarily the case. You do not need CRM for Customer Insights. It is not a CRM system, and it is not tied to CRM. You can just leverage CRM with it. Okay. The other thing as well is, of course, utilizing Power BI. So this is a dashboard that we've created utilizing the information that's already available within Customer Insights. And we can then ask questions using natural language query, such as customer. Yeah, so basically we can utilize natural language query, which is basically standard Power BI functionality, but it really just allows you to take advantage of that to dynamically draw up cards that from data that is being pulled from Customer Insights. Okay, so to tie it up, we talked about the possibilities within finance, and that was what the demo was really related to. But if we look at it further, we could identify overdue payments, you know, because if you've got like different departments, for example, insurance, loan, credit card, etc., and you're overdue in one, then the other department may not know. Now you have one streamlined area where it doesn't really matter where you're calling in that business. Everyone has access to truly the same data. We can also do memberships as well, because now we can have that overview of your different memberships, right? And provide better offers for you. We can then identify your next best action, because we can build on top with machine learning to understand what other people in your situation, your demographic, they do and that they find favorable. So that's probably going to be something that you might find valuable as well. With manufacturing, of course, we can then leverage this with demand forecasting, e-commerce. We can streamline our production, and we can, of course, improve our customer service and also our response times. Okay, again, with public sector, I have one example here where you might have sad to say, but if you're in a situation where you're in public sector and you work with children and a complaint is made about one of your child's, or you make a complaint because you notice somebody's being mistreated, and that family then moves away. Sometimes the history of that gets lost, and then when a new complaint is made at the new school, it's treated like a first-time offense when it's really not. There's a trend, but it's hard to identify that trend because the systems aren't truly joined up. And that's where there is that opportunity for public sector, identifying vulnerable people, identifying the trend. So it's not easy, but it's quicker to resolve, okay, before it goes down too far another path, right? We can also detect fraud or share data better between the different councils. But of course, I think a lot of people associate customer insights with just retail, because it's easy to then identify the spending habits, because we're able to pull information from the web shop or from the on the street shop. But as I hopefully have shown, customer insights is not just about retail. Customer insights is not just it's not a CRM system, right? It's basically a customer data platform that can leverage it's across all the different industries, and it can leverage all the different data sources to pull this information together. So hopefully that's what I've shown in this demo. So when we talk about pricing, customer insights is priced per tenant per month. Okay, so it's not per user, it is per tenant. And because of that, I think you'll actually get a lot of benefits from that, because you can create your different environments within that tenant. So if you've got one environment, one customer insights environment for your marketing team, another for sales and service, that is totally possible. But that's the standard pricing for it. Do we have any questions on that? Hello?
Hi, Tricia. Yeah. No questions so far.
Okay, great. If you've got any questions with regards to customer insights or want to know more, please do grab me. These are my socials, and yeah, I will be around. Thanks all. Bye.
Thank you, Tricia. Hello, everybody. So does anybody have any questions related to customer insights or any other types of questions? We've got another 30 minutes before our next session. So it'll be an interesting time to ask any additional questions, really, related to any of the subject matters that we've covered today, or if there's other scenarios that you are pondering on, feel free to ask in the chat window. The next session is on sales insights and the sales accelerator. So that's obviously going to begin in 25 minutes with Ashish. Many thanks to Tricia, Alan, thanking Tricia, Philip Cole, Ambesh, Arya, and Auntie. Yeah. So So whilst we're waiting for the next session to begin, let's discuss our forthcoming events. So Auntie is on the line. Auntie will be organising project service automation Saturday, PSA Saturday, alongside project management and Agile Saturday. So again, he's on the line. The date, so let me share my screen with you all. So the events that I have passed have been Power BI Saturday. That was 2 weeks ago. Hello? Somebody asking a question? Okay, that's fine. So there was Empower Your Career that was organised by Victor. That was a very large event, and then we had Power BI Saturday, and then obviously today we've touched base on the customer engagement side of things, but we want to go a lot deeper. So the following week will be Power Apps Saturday, covering both Canvas apps and model-driven apps, followed by Automation Saturday, which is primarily Power Automate. From these sessions, you would have noticed that Power Automate has been used extensively, whether using customer services, whether using customer agents, virtual agents. Power Automate is a vital key ingredient for customizing and providing those integrations. From the sessions today, we also know that Microsoft's replacing its native SLA workflows with Power Automate as well. So it's highly essential for you to all be familiar with and to start learning Power Automate, because that is the essential glue to the Power Platform, to Dynamics 365, and to all the residing applications, as well as external applications. So that's going to be a large event, as you can see already. We've got a lot of sessions already scheduled. We've got Auntie obviously covering Power Automate in his scenarios. I know he's covered some really good scenarios using it in PSA and in those kinds of scenarios, which are really good, as well as sessions related to integrating it with portals, replacing a lot of the existing plugins with Power Automate. You've already heard from Artur today, but we have Eliza. Eliza's runs a really popular blog, and her hashtag is WTF, what the flow. She's been covering flow extensively. Then we've also got custom connectors. So custom connectors obviously provide the ability to connect custom applications and APIs with flow, and constructing those custom connectors is going to be really useful to connect your Power Apps and other applications with flow. John Liu is he is one of the most advanced Power Automate developers out there. He's built several third-party utilities to help enhance the Power Automate features with Flow Studio, and he's got a really impressive session on building websites with Flow. And then you got Kent Ware again, and this time it's around UI flows. UI flows are building flows that interact with your third-party applications, scraping data as part of the processes, and it's a very emerging piece of functionality as well as technology that's currently taking place, the UI flows as part of robotic process automation to ensure all processes are highly integrated within the applications. Now, Ritika, again, is covering custom connectors, and then you got Ryan showcasing how to build custom HTML tables with Power Automate, which is very, very useful in generating data from parsing data objects through one another into a HTML table and rendering it out, which is very useful. Serge Luca, also known as Dr. Flo, has got a great session on patterns and design patterns for Power Automate. There are many ways of constructing flows to solve problems, and Serge does a really good job of showcasing the different variations. Sharon is also from the UK. She covers really good at showcasing flow again in connecting disparate systems. In this one, she's using it as a way of building a learning system within teams. Stefano is covering something not with flow, but more with automating blockchain workflows, which is one of his areas of expertise. And Thomas Positek, who is one of the most prolific bloggers and MVPs on flows. Adaptive cards we've seen a few times today, and you really want to leverage. I mean, for me personally, adaptive cards are what I'm the most excited about personally, and essentially that's something that all organizations can highly benefit from. And essentially you need to being able to use flow to leverage on adaptive cards is a no-brainer, really. And then you've got Yash, who has really used flow to really solve some interesting scenarios, and in these sessions he's going to be addressing how to use flow with deployments in Azure. So there's so many scenarios to be covered, really. And what we want you to do is use this as an opportunity to raise the types of topics that you want us to address. If there's any questions, any challenges, please share them with us. In addition, Business Central. So quick question, everyone who is on this call, I'd be interested to know how many of you are using applications outside of Dynamics customer engagement, such as FinOps and Business Central. Please feel free to share any other applications that you're currently involved with, because often there's not really much content out there for FinOps and for Business Central. And so, okay, FinOps and talent, fantastic. Okay, well, the good news is that obviously we will be having FinOps Saturday, which is going to be really good. It's probably one of the first online free events for FinOps that's ever taken place, as far as I'm aware. And we're covering FinOps extensively. Now, usually the FinOps sessions can be quite technical, so we've ensured there's many functional sessions included within FinOps. So, out of curiosity, to Angus, he's asking regarding FinOps. You've mentioned talent as well. As you know, there's a lot of changes have happened with the talent solution. So that's an interesting one, really. Now that Microsoft has re-architected the talent solution, but essentially there is talent modules within FinOps already. And Aya has mentioned about marketing. Okay, so in terms of Dynamics marketing, are you interested purely in Dynamics marketing or marketing solutions in general? And also, what aspects of Dynamics marketing are you interested in? Are you interested in the features or in how to implement it, the technical challenges? I'd be very interested to know, because I've completed several marketing implementations, both with Dynamics marketing or with other solutions, and they all have fair challenges themselves. Really, different types of challenges with regards to implementation approaches, user adoption, and really to understand, well, what aspect of marketing. So it's best practice. Okay. So basically, what I can tell you right now, Arya, is that when it comes to dynamics marketing, one of the biggest challenges you're going to have is really is on how you actually go about building your customer journeys and deploying them. Yeah, your artifacts that you build in your marketing campaigns is, I would say, the biggest challenge for marketers out there. Although dynamics marketing is a powerful tool, for example, the customer journeys and the customer segments are quite powerful. Being able to build a very complex long journey often requires to build multiple customer journeys and then chaining them together to be able to support very complex logic scenarios. And that's one thing, but then obviously having to deploy them artifacts requires you to have to deploy those components into production. And again, it's something which often is often overlooked within marketing implementations. And so that's something I'm more than happy to cover regarding best practices of email templates, customer journeys and segmentations. Obviously, you've got landing pages as well, and you've got content such as media content. And again, one best practice I can tell you regarding media content that's uploaded is that dynamics marketing natively includes a media entity allowing you to upload your media content. Personally, I wouldn't recommend using that media content. I'd recommend using another repository such as a website host to host your web media content, and just use the references inside your campaigns, because otherwise you would then have to start deploying each of the artifacts across the environment. So if you have lots of images within your email marketing campaigns, well, imagine you have many environments you have to deploy them across. Well, the URL will be different for each one. And so that's not very clear. It's an often big mistake that people make is, okay, well, is to use that. My personal advice is you don't really use that unless all your artifacts and all your campaigns are being built in production. Then I wouldn't really recommend to use the out of the box blob storage for uploading the marketing artifacts such as emails, email contents and things like that. I would recommend hosting it on your web server and keeping that content consistent across all your environments so you don't have problems with deployments and so on and so forth. Question by Angus. Here we go. Apart from cost, are there many differences between D365 marketing, click dimensions? Well, there are. Look, there are differences. There are functional differences between the two. In the way you create, even the way you create customer journeys is a very different experience. And there are benefits and strengths and weaknesses in one on the other. Obviously, click dimensions is a mature product, but then again, there's many native features you get with inside, and like I said, you mentioned about licensing. There are licensing differences with the Dynamics Marketing app. So in short, there are strengths and weaknesses between the two. Some products are probably more mature than the other, but it depends on what you're using it for. If you're using it purely for email campaigns, then and landing pages, then Dynamics Marketing obviously is quite strong there, and it's quite strong in actually building your segments, and it's quite good in building out your segments as well. But with click dimensions, you've got that social media integration, which is a bit more superior, I would say, and a bit more friendlier to use to some extent. And as someone mentions, here you go. Yep. So you mentioned something about, so you're right. Click dimensions is more social media friendly, whereas Dynamics Marketing has obviously the portals, the event management side of things is baked in, as well as you can also get it's useful obviously when you get the LinkedIn Navigator integrations. So yeah, so it's so I guess you know, I guess it's about what you want to use marketing for. You can't just pick a product off the shelf and say I want to use it to complete all my tasks. It's all about what do you want to achieve, what is your marketing strategy, and then obviously select the solution from there. Yes. So again, it's not always a blunt answer, and often it can be the case where we are very tempted to obviously just use everything natively. But again, you know, some features are more green than others, and so it's our objective to address those features as early on as possible to help you understand the pain points. So that it's successful for you, just like Neil Parkhurst was the one who addressed the pain points for Unified Service Desk and made it a lot easier to implement. And likewise, same for all the other features. Marketing, again, has been something that's been evolving and growing and maturing. And I've been using it on multiple implementations. And yes, so it's essentially you know, you do have to weigh up products with one on the other, and I can't really say one is better than the other. There are other products out there as well. Are many other marketing products that integrate into Dynamics, which you could use. So it says Frank Peters mentions interesting about obviously click dimensions and Dynamics marketing. What results you achieved in delivery? How easy are follow-up trigger based on all the smaller marketing activities? Okay, Frank. Well, basically, when it comes to triggers, what I can say is that the customer journey experience, when you're building customer journeys and you're building out your triggers, this is where it's not so straightforward. You have to apply, you have to understand and know what's happening with the way customer journeys are built, because a trigger is essentially you have your customer segments which contain your data, your demographic candidates, contacts that are being queried, and then they will be pulled into they'll be consumed by your customer journeys. There are multiple triggers that you can have, such as different types of events, whether it's an interaction with an email, clicking on a link inside of an email. There may be other types of events that you may want to have apart from interactions with emails. There may be time delays. There may be workflow interactions and things like that. So when it comes to the native stuff of email interactions, well, you get that with inside of Dynamics Marketing, and obviously you get that within Click Dimensions. It's when you've got the other interactions, the other channels, where it gets a bit more complicated. And so that's fundamentally what we need to understand here now is, okay, well, what other interactions are you looking to capture within your marketing interactions? And that's fundamentally that's the questions that we need to answer, really. So we do have another event coming up, Sales and Marketing Saturday, where we will be doing deep dives in these scenarios. So often it's the case where you want to have a website, you want to capture the website integrations, the website interactions, in addition to email interactions, for example. How do you do that? Things like that, which will be very useful to address. I think Frank and the other people would be interested in knowing how to better integrate that into the marketing app. And there are, like I said, features in the marketing app that support that, and application insights that can be configured to help you track user persona interactions with other interfaces in addition to emails. It says here also the settings part in marketing, a walkthrough. Okay, yeah. So you want to understand that all the settings features. Fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We can definitely do that. Does imported data store? Oh, CDS or Azure Data Lake. Very good question. This is an interesting fact. So when Microsoft re-architected the marketing solution, basically what they did is that they kept only certain data within inside of CDS and kept the rest outside within Azure. So essentially, all the insight data, the data on telemetry and insights within inside of your email interactions, all of that is not stored within inside of Dynamics, inside of the CDS. It's stored outside in Azure. So that's pulled, and you can capture the insights through the Dynamics Marketing app. It pulls through the insights using Azure Data Lake and blob storage to retrieve that data for you, but it's not stored within CDS. The only stuff that you're going to get stored within CDS is your entities, such as your segment entities, your customer journey entities, and things like things of that nature. But the actual insight data that takes place, the interactions are not stored within inside CDS. That's an interesting argument, because for Click Dimensions, it is stored within inside CDS. And for other third-party products, it is stored within inside a CDS, but not with Dynamics Marketing. So it's very interesting. It is very interesting. Obviously, Microsoft want you to save your space on CDS, and so they don't want you to be pulling that data through in your CDS. But what they have done is that the flow, what Microsoft are trying to do is improve their flow capabilities, so you don't have to consume flow to perform triggers. So that's where Microsoft are trying to position and improve the data storage capabilities. It says here, Angus is saying Click is very data heavy, and as you need retention policies, that is a downside. Another good point. Yeah. So there's positives and negatives to storing data within inside of the CDS. Microsoft's approach is not to do that, whereas everyone else's approach is to do that. And I guess the reason why they did do it, although it does consume so much data, is because it becomes a bit easier to report on and to automate events once it is within inside a CDS. But then it just get bloated, and again, as you mentioned, Angus, the retention policies. So yes, so again, marketing I think marketing we can cover. I think it'd be dangerous to say we're covering a complete marketing experience just with Dynamics Marketing. I think we need to look beyond and cater for web analytics and social media as well. And I think we definitely need to factor that in and cover that in our Sales and Marketing Saturday event. So anyway, we're getting close to Ashish's session on sales insights. So Ashish, without further ado, Ashish, are you ready?
Yeah, pretty good.
Fantastic, Ashish. So Ashish, I'm just going to, if you could share your screen with us all.
Sure.
And it's a bit hard to find Ashish on LinkedIn. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen. Sorry, there you go. You got the screen now. Fantastic. Can everybody see Ashish's screen now? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Everyone can see. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, great. I'm just going to post Ashish's link. I actually found it hard to find him on LinkedIn. So I'm going to post it on LinkedIn on the chat. And so let me do that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. There we are. Okay. So Ashish, yes. So please feel free. Oh, sorry, one more question. Where can we find more about the API limit changes? Oh my word. So yes, Frank, look, there are lots of API changes taking place right now. What I will do personally, I will try and collect that information for you. So please connect with me, Frank, but I'll definitely get that information out. It has a massive impact on the way we build our applications. And it's not just the API limits, it's flows as well. But thank you, Sabrish, for sharing the docs link for the API limits. I do believe we need a little deep dive around that and some best practices around that. To answer your question, Sriram, This event is also being streamed to YouTube, so you can also view this event via YouTube. Although we're not using the chat feature on YouTube, you can view it, and you can even watch it later on YouTube if you wish. But yes, so without further ado, I will hand it over to Ashish to introduce yourself, Ashish.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Raj. Raj, I can hear you echo, actually. Can you mute? Okay. So thank you everyone for joining today. Good morning. I'm from Canada. I'm based in Toronto, Canada, So I'm actually going to present to you more about the Sales Insight and the newer feature Microsoft added recently to the Sales Insight as Sales Accelerator, actually. So what is the capabilities we have and how to use them properly, and to enhance the salesperson, I would say, to give them a more empower and capabilities to the salesperson. And we can go ahead actually from here. So you can follow me on Twitter. I just published my own blogs actually on medium.com. I'm planning to launch my website actually, but it's just focusing on medium.com because we have a diverse crowd there actually. And if you have any query for this session, actually this session and next session on the customer insights and Power Virtual Agent, you can send an email to me directly actually. So yeah. So it's basically what is the Sales Insight. As many of us know, actually, who are using Dynamics 365 for sales, recently Microsoft is adding so many features in the sales actually as part of the empowering the sales functionalities actually. So if you remember a couple of years back, actually, Sales Insight was a different solution. What we have right now as Customer Service Insights, but now Microsoft embed the insights within the CRM actually. So based on your licensing and based on your requirement, you can actually go for the more advanced option, like more advanced solution in the D365 actually. So with out of the box, you'll get like free version with D365 sales license. You'll get a relationship assistant. You'll get the auto capture and the email engagement. Like this function, this three feature will be available for all the environment with D365 for sales license. But if you want to go for further more on the Sales Insight feature side of it, you can go for predictive lead scoring, opportunity scoring, forecasting. What actually Dian actually showed us a couple of hours before. You can go for the talking point Sales Accelerator, which I'm going to show you right now. You can go for note analysis, email engagement, and all of these things, correct? So that is I would say it's a premium function features in the Sales Insights. But apart from that, there is one more solution Microsoft recently launched called Conversation Intelligence. It basically, it's very similar product what we have in Customer Service Insight as Calls Insights. It basically track your conversation, what your salesperson having with the customer, to give more talking points, to analysis what they are saying with the past, like all the I would say more of a sales pitch side of it, how you can improve your salesperson's sales pitch and all this information, like give you more insights about the way they talk and what kind of words they're using, positive, negative, get this real-time sentiment on the conversation with your customer by the sales agent wise. And you can get the same information in very similar product. I'm going to show both the products right now, one in this session, Call Insight in the next session. So yeah. So apart from that, as you can see on the right side, we have global setting. That's the latest version of Wave 1 2020. So as I mentioned, with out of the box, you'll get assistant, you'll get the insight cards, you'll get the assistant email engagement part of it, correct? But if you want to go for the advanced version of Sales Insight, you can see after installation, all the version, like all the advanced functionality of Sales Insights, which includes your predictive modeling and the premium function of forecasting actually. So there is two types of forecasting, by the way. One is the out of the box, like basic forecasting, which Dian showed us, and one more, it's called premium forecasting, which take more advanced feature, takes data from opportunity and leads, and give you like futuristic forecasting. So yeah, and Yeah, next slide. So with this function, like recent couple of months back, Microsoft added we already have the D365 in the Teams, but with the Sales Insight in Teams, a salesperson without moving to a different solution within the same app, they can open the D365 and they can get all the information about their opportunity, the insights about all the data actually, and these are coming from the cards and based on the Insight Assistant actually. So yeah, as everyone know actually, because this feature, the card inside cards, is there from a couple of years now. You can go ahead and create your own card, customize the existing one, and all these things. I'm going to show you a demo quickly, but I just want to run through the high-level functionalities. And then we have customer communication. So there are a couple of new features Microsoft added actually, which I'm going to show. It's more of insights about activities to what your contact is doing, what your what kind of activities salesperson need to do in order to close the deal faster. And then we have actually predictive lead scoring. So based on that certain amount of data when you have, you can go ahead and build your lead score. So it's pretty advanced tool. You can so once you have a certain amount of data required by Microsoft, you can design your model, and you can actually you can design a model and then give a loading to the model. Okay, based on this, give this lead scoring. So the lead scoring actually, I would say it's coming from, the concept is coming from the marketing. If you remember, like when you have a prospect, you have a prospect, correct? And then in marketing, you design scores. If a person sends an email, prospect send an email, give 10 score. If he calls you after sending an email, give 20. If you attend my webinar on an event in person, give him 25 points. So based on these points, we'll understand, okay, how much interest person is developing to buy my product or services, correct? So this kind of based on different function, different I would say channel or different presence by person, you can give the lead score. And the same kind of model you can build for lead and for the opportunity, both entities actually. Yeah, apart from that, that is more of a conversation intelligence, as I mentioned. You can get, right now is in the perfect preview and available in North America and will be available soon. So I'm going to show you a quick demo. Yeah. So in the D365, once you move to, you have Wave 1 2020 updated, you can go to Sales Insight settings in the Sales Hub app. You can go to then go to global setting, and if you don't have actually Sales Insight, you'll get an option to try Insight, try Sales Insight kind of blue button. Just select the condition and install it. It will give you an option to all the available Sales Insight tools. So yeah, as I mentioned, actually, Insight cards was there from a couple of years. So you can build your own Insight card. You can update the existing one. And yeah, there's a couple of other things. Let's say recent meeting. If I want to update this, I can just update through flows, or I can make this as high priority. So it will be available on my top of my list. So you can use this card from Teams also. And for how many security role, what kind of security role people can see this kind of card, actually, this specific card. So this the look UI actually, how the card will look like, and the content and all these things you can check. So you can build your own card. Just simply click here. It will open a flow and just build your own card with out of the box templates, couple of templates, or you can build from scratch, correct? So apart from that, actually inside you can give a rating to the insights to your card actually. So because take an example, as a salesperson, I have hundreds of leads on opportunity, which is open with variety of revenue. I have many customers to follow up. So it should be like, things should be prioritized based on the customer interest and my preferred customers, correct? Like category A customer, and the opportunity revenue should be greater than this amount. Show me this card on top of my list, correct? And the lead rating is warm. So you can choose this kind of entity. Like right now it's only 4, and you can choose what kind of data you want to show, like the filter or highlighted option. Yeah, that's simple thing. You just select a different options and put some enter some amount. So if any account with total revenue 100,000, like $1 million, show me this card as top of my list, or opportunity estimated revenue greater than 6,000 of my base currency, or you can change to any value. So this will give you the ranking of your cards. So apart from that, actually, as I mentioned, there is two features. We have auto capture, comes out of the box with base license, but you can go for premium auto capture, which includes your sales insights additional license. So it gives you auto capture functionalities, and I'm going to show you. One is basically your email engagement, which looks like if I open my contact. So once your installation is done, you can see Sales Accelerator on top of your dashboard will be added to you as the newer function. There is two more new feature will be added as activity insights, activity suggestion, and contact and suggestion. Actually, I'm going to explain you both quickly. So if I talk about the email engagement, so take an example. I send an email to my customer. Let's review the proposal. So after 1 or 2 days or within the same time, system will give me, when I click on this link, do you want to create a task, or do you want to edit or create a task? So basically it gives me like option to create a task from email directly. I know many of my customer looks for, they want to create a task, follow up a task for this email. So without opening this email, you can just simply click on that blue link and create a follow-up task for this email actually. Or using the email engagement function, system will automatically create a task for you after certain date, right? Based on the selected date you did. There's one more option called note analysis. So it's pretty similar option what we have right now for email. So let's say, yeah, that's a note I have created. So call Simon on 2nd May, correct, for proposal. Like you can put some date, and based on some kind of phrase called call, appointment, task. Based on this phrase, system will give you an option. You can create a task and or phone call activities. Like it gives an option to create an activity from the notes actually. So it do the analysis on the conversation, on the phrases, and give you an option to create a different type of activity actually. And then actually, if I go down, you have relationship analytics. It's right now it's available on preview. So it gives you like what kind of health you have. It gives you health relationship. What it means by health actual relationship. So based on my conversation going on with the customer and different type of activity, it gives a rating to my customer, like relationship between my contact and me actually, correct? So you can set customer and salesperson having an email, give a rate influence of 7 actually. You can rate up to 1 to 10, meeting up to 8, and you can just change the value, just simply drag drop. And how frequently do you want to capture this communication actually? So it basically not create any activity, but based on how the conversation is going on, based on different activity created by your salesperson, it will give an influence and number. So looks like this actually, right now I'm not doing so much of the, I don't have pretty good relationship with this contact. So that's the reason it's showing poor relationship and steady actually. But when we have multiple conversation going on, do a follow-up task, like do a follow-up call, phone call, emails, and appointments, it based on the rating, it'll give me the relationship assistant and the relationship insights about my contact actually. So this is eligible for contact, account, your leads, opportunity, and all the, like I would say, all the 4 key entities in the sales. There is something called connection insight as talking point. So what is talking point? So take an example. I have a pretty good relationship with my contact, which my customer salesperson, key salesperson, and he just we just go for pretty advanced. Like I would say, we just go for deep conversation, and we understand, we know their family and all. So when Simon actually send an email about the family or what's going on in health, family, sports, entertainment, on all these 4 topics, system will give me a talking point actually. So on the right side, you'll see like recently it sent an email to me customer send an email to me that I'm worried about COVID-19, about my family and all these things. So it gives you like more analysis on what you need to talk. So you can, next time a salesperson open this contact, you say, what about your son's admission in the UCLA, correct? So this kind of conversation a salesperson can do it in advance, and so on and so forth, correct? So that's more of a talking point for Simon, and it's coming from the Sales Insights actually. So you can get all these feature in Sales Insight form, because all this functionality which is out of the box embedded, but you can actually move this, I would say, grids and all these features to your interactive experience or the contact form. So apart from that, we have something called lead scoring. I'm going to show you lead scoring in some time, but let's move ahead and go to Sales Accelerator actually first. So in Sales Accelerator, what is that actually? So take an example. I have to say I'm a salesperson. I have so many contacts. Like I have multiple contacts. I'm an account manager for many customers. I have like hundreds of leads and opportunity. I don't know what to do. So it's starting day of my day. Sales Insights card give me some analysis. Okay, you have appointment. You have this phone call, this and that. Based on the ranking and the optimization I did actually during my setup, correct? But if I need to know what I have to do for each customer, or based on certain, take an example, I created a couple of leads this week, what's the next step I have to do, correct? So, or for to guide a new salesperson, what they need to do once they create a lead, correct? So you can create a sequence actually. So that's more of a guidance process to give for the salesperson. So let's say I create a sequence. So you can create any kind of sequence actually here. Let me minimize this. So yeah, you can create you can create a sequence for either on leads or on opportunity right now, and it will show you the status of it's active, inactive, how many steps, and who owned by, what's modified. So let's say I created this sequence, like I would say this Sales Accelerator, and then actually you can do the modification here. You can see a list of all the connected records, what you have. If I go back to my another actual record. So let's say if I go to sequence, I can create a new sequence from here. And let's say, let's open the existing one, and I can click on edit steps. Now here I can add n number of stages here. Actually, there's I know as of now I'm not able to identify what's the maximum limitation, but right now you can create like whenever a lead is created after 1 day or at the same time send an email to a customer, get introduced, correct? And you can choose the email template. So system automatically after a certain time sends an email to the contact, to the lead's email ID, and then after that immediately it creates a phone call activity for a salesperson to do. Once a salesperson either call or not call, or I would say like snows or put a reminder to reschedule the call for next day, correct, because of not availability or something else. Then once this phone call activity is done, I would like to wait for 3 days. And then if no call back comes from the contact or a lead, I would like to have an appointment with my lead. So you can create like this kind of activities. You can put a wait time, task, phone call, email activities, and it will show you all your list based on the due date and based on the different criteria, filter criteria put. So let's activate this. And I would like to, once it activated, I would like to go here. I'll go to my Sales Accelerator, and then it will show me list of all my activity need to do today in order to overcome my, in order to contact my customer or lead, correct? So right now, this is showing me the opportunity related stuff and showing me the lead one actually, correct? So let's click on lead. So you can click like as a salesperson, I have a sequence of Accelerator. I have a sequence of activities I have to do based on today and what's based on open from a couple of days. You can put different filter criteria here. It will show me only lead, only appointments, what kind of task on activity type you want to see. what's a group by date actually, shorted, and all these things, correct? So you can put multiple criteria here, and then you can select even due date from tomorrow or by today. So what you have to do tomorrow, correct? So if I open this lead, I have like added for you. So there is a once the lead is added, and so what I have to do before how the things will come up. Not for every lead it will show you list of these activity. You have to add leads to the sequence actually. So what we need to do, let's do it quickly. So let's say I have a couple of open leads here, and when I select one or multiple leads, I would see an option called connect sequence, correct? So it basically, I have like out of 10 leads, but out of 10, I just want to only connect 2 leads to my sequence, correct? To do a follow-up for this trade show coming leads, correct? And then it will give you an option, what kind of sequence do you want to select? Right now it's showing only one because I have one sequence for lead, one for the opportunity. But when you have multiple, you can choose any one of the record where you want and which sequence you want to connect your leads. So when I click on connect, it will connect all the leads to the sequence. What is mean by connection? So let's say if I go back to my sequence, and if I open my trade show leads, and when I go to properties and I say connected record, it will show me my 2 recently connected leads actually. Now it's showing connection as connecting actually is not done right now. Take some time because it's reading my model. And if you want to disconnect any of your leads, select the lead and disconnect from here actually. So what is mean by connection and disconnection of a lead from a sales accelerator? So if take an example, you have hundreds of leads actually, and you want to do a follow-up only for a specific lead, you can choose those specific lead, add to the sequence, and based on the automation, system will create an activity for you and it will show in your leads timeline, correct? So when I click on here, it will show me, okay, you have an introduction call, which is due from like 2 days, and have you done or not? So add it for you, correct? So what I can do as a salesperson, if I click here, it will right now give me error. But right now, what you can do as a additional function, you can use the SIP integration, which is channel integration framework, and connect your CTI, your telephone integration. And when the salesperson click here, it will dial in the customer's business phone or mobile phone based on the configuration. It will dial in and your call get connected. So once this is done, the salesperson mark this as complete. What's my next item actually? So that item is gone. So now after 1 day, system will automatically send an email to the customer. And once that is done, it will wait for 3 days and it will create another activity for you, and it will display here actually based on the due date, correct? So that is done. So that's my sales accelerator activity is gone. So that is, it will show me list of now it automatically opened my opportunity because I have only listed opportunities here. So it will show me all my list of activities here, show me how many completed. Recently I just completed an activity, a phone call is done. Now email is due by today, 6/24, correct? So I need to, before this time, I need to set an email to the customer. Then I click on email, select a template, put the content, and click on done, like email is sent. And then it will run a reminder for 3 days. It will do a follow-up call, email again. It will create a phone call activity based on the email I sent to the customer. So this is basically a concept. You can build your own kind of sequence, multiple sequence for lead and opportunity. Select your data, like your leads and opportunity, and connect this to your sequence actually. And it will order based on the timeline, based on the due date. It will show you the list of all the activity due date activities pending for a salesperson on the timeline actually. So there's more of that is about sales accelerator. If I go to auto capture, we have 2 new options added here recently. Activity suggestion is coming. If you go to contacts, you'll get based on the recent activity done on the contact account leads opportunity. You'll get the suggestion done. Suggestion mean what is the best possible, what is the latest email you got from the customer, what is the, I would say phone call is pending, or this kind of suggestion basically more of correct. And if I go to contact, so once the installation is done, your system is connected to Office 365 and your Exchange Office 365 and D365. So if email comes in and you don't have contact, system, it automatically gives you an option to create a contact because you don't have contact here right now. So I'm just going to give you a quick update. If your Sales Insight is failing, or you want to connect your Office 365 Exchange to get the data on the contact suggestion, just go to settings in your admin center, settings, and in the admin settings, and click on Sales Insight Analytics. Click on configure, and it will just connect your Office 365 to get a contact suggestion actually. So what is contact? As I mentioned actually, so take an example. Before contact suggestion, I received an email from a customer which don't have contact created here right now. It's the salesperson choice whether he wants to create a contact or not using D365, Outlook app for D365. But right now with this feature, if you received an email from an unknown person and you don't, so system will give you a suggestion list of all the available contacts you can create coming from your email engine or Exchange Online, correct? So take an example. I select this record as a contact, and so system will ask me, do you want to save this contact as a contact, correct? It's contact suggestion as a contact. I would say yes, it will remove from the list and save this person to add to my contact list actually, correct? So rather you do manually, it's give you more proactive information to have list of unknown emails and you don't have any contact found. Do you want to create or not? Then you can choose, you want to edit the save. If you want to do any modification here and then edit and save, you can do that. So let's say right now, first name and last name is, it doesn't look good. So I would say to remove the first name, last name, first name, and then add my contact to my list, correct? So you can do this kind of option in the D365. So apart from that, yeah, that's a contact suggestion. So apart from that, I just want to do more of a opportunity side. So same thing, what you can do, let me go back to my opportunity. So as I mentioned, similar thing you can do for your opportunity. So select a couple of opportunities here, connect to your sequence. It will show you a list of all the opportunities, sequence for the opportunity. Select one of the sequence and then show you the list steps and all this related information. You can click on connect. It will connect your sequence to the opportunity actually. So yeah. So let's go to settings and my sequence. These functionalities in the preview, general preview. It's not generally available right now. It's in the preview. So might be there is a couple of changes will come up in future, but as of now, it's working perfectly. Yeah. So you have list of all the opportunity connected. So let's go to my sales accelerator. I would see like more activity added because I added more opportunity to my sequence actually, correct? So the more opportunity and the lead data you pump in your sequence, you'll see a list of all, as a salesperson's list come up, like it's keep increasing, correct? Because they have so many due activities pending for opportunity leads for a salesperson, correct? So this kind of, you can connect the data in different things. If I go back to the sales insights, as I mentioned, actually, you'll get the similar kind of sales insights relationship insight dashboard within the form, as you can see on the contact account form. So it will show me a list of my conversation going on. I just chose the wrong data, that's why it's showing. But yeah, it's just give you more information analysis on what's going on, health about the customer, correct? So with that, I just want to move quickly to conversation intelligence, and then if you have any questions, we can go ahead and that. So as I mentioned initially, you have one more option. Just want to give you a quick reminder. So right now, what we covered, we just saw the out-of-the-box free version. We just checked a couple of new things, advanced feature of the Sales Accelerator, more of insights about the sales, and then conversation intelligence. It's other system. So you just need to go to salesai.dynamics.com. It will just open a conversation intelligence for you. So with sample data, you can get like similar kind of dashboard what we have right now, or you can connect with your environment. Once you connect with your environment, you need to go to Azure and create a Azure blob storage actually, which will save your recording for your phone call activities done based on from your agent to customer. I would say from your salesperson to customer, correct? So like it will show you like out of the box dashboards, very similar we have in calls insights. I'm going to show you in a couple of in about 30 to 45 minutes. And then it's basically gives you positive, neutral, negative discussion, like more of a sentiment analysis by customer or what customer is looking for based on the keywords. You can put like keywords here. You can go to settings and you can put your settings. In the settings, you can put your more of a keyword, what kind of keywords you want to track. And based on that, it will give you the trend analysis, what's going on, correct? It's very similar to what we have in older product called Sales and Social Engagement, Microsoft Social Engagement. But that software connects to multiple software platform, and based on the keywords, give us the information what people are doing, conversation, what kind of conversation going on to the social media. But this is more of a phone call, like more of a natural language processing queries will be done, and how many words will be like your product or services word will be captured or used by your salesperson during a phone call with a prospect or for a customer, and so you can do this kind of analysis. Track competitor. If you're having a conversation with a customer, they say, no, I'm going to another your direct competitor, not you, because of pricing or something else. You can get information about what it's more I'm losing my customer because of pricing or some other factors, correct? So you can get more of a competitive analysis here. It's more of your branding actually you can use. So you can use this kind of all the kind of keywords here, and it gives you dashboards very similar looks like here. And you can use, it gives you like, these are out of the box dashboards, average talk to listen ratio, how many times your salesperson is talking or rather listening. So what kind of analysis? So when you do a first time call to understand the requirement, salesperson should listen more than talk less. And then second call, actually, when you have, they should talk more, listen less. I would say not listen less, but yeah, talk more and make sure that they are up to the point. And let the customer talking also what the pain points they have before giving it the right information. You can use the best practices. There's another dashboards we have, so you can get like more of a analysis what's going on when it comes to call detail. If I go to seller information, so it will give you the list of my all salesperson, and I can choose any of the salesperson. It gives you data for me of what that talk to listen ratio, what's the speed of talking, switch per hour, how many times they need to switch. It's basic. And then you have pause before speaking, what's the longest monologue, another thing actually. So it gives you like more of insights. David so is talking too fast in most of the conversation, what I'm doing right now. So yeah, it's this kind of insights you get. It's more of a call per and more of sentiment analysis. If you want to go deeper into a call, you can click open. It will open a call for you. So what it's basically do, call start from a customer calls in, he say, hello, my person like sales person David told me, okay, he just create the customer. And then actually it goes from here. And it's just talking to he just talked to some competitor, buy this product because of pricing, reasonable price, as I mentioned. And he say, okay, because you're a VIP customer, I'll give you 50% each, which is like pretty high for me, correct? So he should say, let's start from 30 and then go to 45 maximum, correct? So this kind of, it creates a natural language processing, a script for you. If I just minimize this, yeah. So, and then actually you can see the conversation. It keeps start from positive, neutral, and negative. And at certain point of time, what's a neutral conversation? What's a positive conversation, correct? So when I click here, it will change. It comes the right a script to me actually. So I need to listen. What's the negative here actually? So it's just not to be honest actually. So he used such kind of negative word actually, which is negative phrase for me. So that's why it's coming as negative sentiment. What's here actually? So you can do analysis on the call done by your agent to a customer. If needed, if you're saving the data, you can even listen to the call actually, the whole conversation if you don't want to. So let's say you just want to listen instead of read the conversation, just go ahead and listen the conversation from here. You can go to the related opportunities. You can see how many related opportunities do you have in the system for this customer. So you can see how much impact because of this negative, I would say a couple of percentage, like 10 or 15% negative during the call, how much impact is going to do to my number of opportunities or specific opportunity for this call, correct? So you can get like this kind of analysis. Like we have so many options we have here. You can slice and dice your data in different ways. Yeah. If I go to Teams, it gives you more of a team overview. What's my performance of a team? And so you can do a setup with Redbox. It's another, you need admin permission and another tool you can set up. So yeah, apart from that, I just want to see, as I mentioned, you can go for individual analysis by salesperson wise, or you want to see how my team is doing as a holistic. You can go with different option we have as a analysis on the team basis and see the data. So once you click here, it will show you list of data coming from the source. It's coming from basically Azure Blob where you stored your conversation. So if I give you this the implementation methodology, you create a sales accelerator, which gives you calling point. Salesperson clicks here, go in to the customer based on the phone. It basically start the conversation, and you are using SIF actually. You can use SIF channel integration framework to connect the system, like connect your phone call, like phone D365 to a phone, and then store your phone call conversation to the Azure Blob and connect with your conversation system and see what kind of conversation my salesperson is doing with my customer, correct? So that is the whole scenario you can run. I just move quickly back to my presentation. Yeah, apart from demo, I just recently published a couple of blogs on the sales accelerator. So you can go ahead and just reach me out here. You can just go to medium.com and search for me. And if you have any question, you can just write an email to me on the sales accelerator site. I will be happy to help you. Right. So yeah, apart from that, any questions you have? We have about 20 minutes before we start another session.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you for that a great demo of the Sales Accelerator. So for many of you, you're probably wondering, there's many different applications. Things have changed a lot since the old days of Dynamics, where there was just a sales module, and now there are so many. So first of all, everyone's really, thanking you for your session. Harry says, Ashish, well done. So make sure you connect with Harry Yeah, Dian is also answering some questions related to the sales insights. Right. Okay. So I think it's a licensing question. It says, conversation intelligence. Yeah, is only part of sales insights. So basically, what Dian is saying is that currently conversation intelligence is only part of sales insights. But yeah, currently it's not available in customer service. So for many of the Artur is also saying. Obviously, Dian's being fantastic, but yes, Ashish, are you able to complement to those people in terms of, you mentioned at the beginning of the session the differences between the different applications, and I think that was a good point at the beginning. But in essence, I mean, with all this multitude of applications, where does one begin? You know, there's all these separate applications now. So what would you advise people who are beginning to build a sales solution? What would you advise to them?
So I would say actually you can, if I start just go to my top presentation. So here we have, as I mentioned, actually you can start with a sales basic license actually, and based on the license you'll get sales assistant, order capture, and the email engagement, correct? So you can start with that, but if you want to go for more analysis, like more of a relationship insights, actually node analysis, predictive scoring, and for forecasting and all these things, you can go for another version. But right now, as I mentioned, actually a couple of years back, Microsoft, their Sales Insight is a separate product. It's out of CRM, but slowly Microsoft bring in the system inside the CRM, inside the CRM, and based on the data is connected very seamlessly actually. So you'll not at any point of time as a salesperson or an end user and not feel okay, he's just moving back and forth between two systems. What we have to do right now in the customer service insights. So customer service insight also Microsoft is planning to bring in the data similar to sales insights, what we are going to show you in a couple of minutes. But yeah, I would say you can start with the free version, and then slowly based on the requirement, you can enhance your you can go for the sales insight, the higher version actually. There's a couple of features is in the preview. For sure, the conversation intelligence is in the preview right now. This accelerator and this is in the preview. It will be available soon actually, but at least if you want to do a hands-on analysis and all these things, you can go ahead and do that actually right now.
And another topic that was mentioned was about LinkedIn Navigator, and where does that fit into this?
So basically, so take an example. If I see who knows whom, correct? So if I don't have actually a slide for that, but it's basically when you go to this D360 platform, let me show you quickly. Yeah, if I go to D365 and let's open any opportunity or lead, correct? Oh, sorry, it was there. So it will show me actually relationship between my contact connects to how many person, correct? So, and who's the influencer in that company. So it gives you like, so this data is coming from the relationship, I would say relationship sales, which is like LinkedIn integration. So you can get, so this is, if I talk about two different systems, LinkedIn integration gives you more analysis about what kind of what preference your customer have, and where your customer is working, what's the name of the company, what they do, and all these things. But when it comes to relationship between me and my customer, LinkedIn is a part, but based on the different activity I'm doing with my customer during day to day, it gives you insights about and give you more information based on the score and relationship, correct? So like my relationship is not going good actually for this customer, so because I'm not doing any activity for this customer. So I would say both system has their own actually set of requirements. But if you start, I would say you can go for sales insights to understand and give more empower to your salesperson to maintain a relationship for the future and for now for customers and prospect. But if you talk about the LinkedIn, it gives you more information about for sure about the contact and the person and the company actually, correct? So it's a two different factor you can use. Yeah.
Great.
So with this, actually, if you go to person settings, as I mentioned, the card, you can use the auto capture. Like this is already done because I'm using the higher version. You should see an option for install a LinkedIn here. Yeah, here we go. So you can actually go and integrate your, like enable LinkedIn integration based on the license. It's called relationship sales. Yeah. And you can choose what kind of information you want to capture. So based on the Sales Navigator, the LinkedIn one, you can auto qualify the newly qualified leads, custom fields. Actually, you can manage the productivity tool. You can do more of a business card scanning and all these things. And for sure, the chat integration is already there, but you can use the more of a analysis what's the contact is doing. So take an example, once the contact move from one company to another, you can change the same in your CRM. So yeah, it's more of a relationship sales, but yeah, Insights is pretty powerful. It gives you insight of, I would say, more of predictive data, or improve your productivity based on the activities you are doing in the system actually.
That's right. And one more thing that Dian mentions is it says, keep in mind, if you're integrating Sales Navigator with Dynamic CE, you need to turn this on both in CE and in Sales Navigator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great stuff. So on the topic of the value of solutions such as Sales Navigator, really is that people may wonder, well, what is the ROI? How do you actually measure the ROI of such an application? And I guess it's difficult to do that, but I think the fundamental really is the fact that a lot of wasted time goes into trying to check where a candidate is in their journey and touching and feeling their sentiment to begin to understand where they live in that life, in that cycle, in that journey. And I guess that's where the Sales Insights steps in and really helps you triage and helps you prioritize where you need to spend your time more effectively on the candidates. So basically, in short, that when it comes to for small implementations, I wouldn't really see there's much value in a product like this. The value is when you're working with obviously very large organizations, and they have lots of sales staff, and those sales staff have a very large turnaround of potential prospects, and it's hard to be able to build a relationship with all your prospects, isn't it? I mean, building relationships might be easy for individuals, but when you've got so many prospects on a mass scale, how are you supposed to prioritize those relationships? So this is where a product like this steps up and helps save your organization resources when it comes to the efforts of your workforce, how they spend their time, because those man hours, obviously you have to pay for those man hours. And if you can implement a product like this intelligently, then essentially you can get quite a large ROI, whereby less time is wasted in chasing candidates up or trying to find out what they're up to when it's there at your fingertips. Is that something you would agree or disagree with, Ashish?
Yeah, that's correct. So I would say actually for any of my customer, if I go for sales, I would just turn on actually the basic version. And for sure, like most of the customer going for relationship, like Sales Navigator relationship assistant. So based on that, actually, they'll get when they start pumping that. Initially, they don't have data, so Insights will not give you more proper decision-making power. Like it's showing you blank data what we have right now in my screen. But once you have variety of data, actually, it gives you more insights coming from the CRM. Actually, correct. And even with dashboards and also all my implementation right now, I just empowering and I don't remove actually the sales insight form from the system, because at any point of time, when they switch the application, they can see, okay, they'll see, okay, that's pretty good actually. And I'm getting the diverse information coming from different source and more of engagement sites from my data actually, correct? So it's just my approach, but yeah, and it's pretty useful, and customer appreciate because they don't know, and we should provide them the right tool and what they're looking for, correct? And see if they come as, okay, Microsoft has some tool called this, rather we implement and we know how to do that, we just enable. And right now most of the stuff is just a quick implementation, like checkbox on and off, and based on that it will be ready for your use actually. Yeah,
great stuff. So are there any pain points when it comes to implementing Sales Insights? Are there any pain points that people should be aware of before going ahead with implementing this?
So I would say there is not a pain point actually, but it depends on, right? So take an example in Insights. If I talk about the forecasting, we have two different tools actually, like one of a goal and forecast. So it depends on whether customer focus on the goals actually, or they want to go for false forecast. You can implement based on the requirement. So forecasting, as Dan explained a couple of hours before, it's more of a tool where in each opportunity, if I change the form, I'll get an option once I install the forecast. What kind of category forecast belongs to it? The pipeline, best case, committed, omitted, won, lost actually. So based on the selection and based on person's target, it basically give me the forecasting modeling actually, correct? So yeah, so that is the one thing. But when it comes to Sales Insights actually, email engagement, I just want to more focus on the email engagement because that is more powerful to make sure that we should let customer know whenever you're sending an email, put a follow-up date or something like that, correct? So system will read that date and give you a insights. Okay, do you want to create a task for this, or if they're sending an email from CRM, it basically. So let's talk about sorry for this, but it basically gives an option. You can choose for system will create an activity for you, or you manually do it based on the conversation. So let me open that email quickly, show you. Yeah. So when you're sending an email to a customer, you can choose, do you want to do a follow-up for this? Do not follow up. Or do you want to send a reminder at a same point of time when you're sending an email, you can set a reminder after a certain date, create an activity and remind me that if customer don't reply or do, like if they not open the email or something like that, correct? If customer replied and you want to have a phone call activity, need to create it by system or you'll do it manually, just put some date and all, and it will automatically read the date and give you a blue link, which I showed you initially a couple of minutes before. Click on that link, it will ask you to create a new task or phone call actually, correct? So you can do this kind of, it's a quick features actually, but it's very powerful when it comes to optimizing the system and giving more power to the salesperson actually. Yeah. And yeah, apart from that, we have like more options like this, which is there from a couple of months now. How many times you open an email, how many times attachment will be open, clicks and all these things. These options are coming, is there from marketing, Dynamics marketing from initial, but now it's more embedding to the sales functionality actually. It's not limited to marketing. When you're sending an email to a prospect, you'll see what's the activity they are doing to your email, whether they're opening, unique clicks, not opening, and all these things. Now this kind of insights coming to everywhere in CRM.